Okay, we should be live with this other pandemic PC. So this is going to be the other pandemic PC. I'll just label it as other. This would have represented a computer. This next computer is a computer that represents what someone could build in the pandemic, but they couldn't upgrade their GPU if they wanted to. But the GPU in question is not super old if we're talking like 2020, 2021. This is a GPU that came out in 2019 alongside the previously showcased 3800X, the Ryzen 7 3800X, complete with the Wraith Prism cooler. So there was a GPU that launched on the exact same day as the Zen 2 3800X. You guys know what that graphics card was? There's actually two graphics cards. Hey Safi, hey Toxic. X870E Extreme. Yeah, I saw that. Somebody posted it in the Discord. Do you guys remember the GPU that launched on July 7th, 2019? Alongside Zen 2? The world's first PCI Gen 4. Oh, I can't believe it's literally on the screen. It wasn't supposed to be on the screen. Oops. The answer's already on the screen. Well, here it is. The 5700 XT. The AMD Radeon RX 5700 XT. So we are going to be showcasing not one, but two of these graphics cards. We got two of these. This is going to be the AMD reference card from AMD Direct, and another AMD reference card from, you guessed it, where's the camera? XFX. So XFX with the AMD reference card and the AMD Direct AMD.com reference card. So, this is it. Dual Radeon graphics cards in Crossfire X. This is going to be Crossfire. So earlier today, if you're... Wow, it's very red. It looks very red. Hold on, let me turn some lights on. It looks very Team Red. There we go. There it is. The Radeon, the dual Radeon graphics cards in Crossfire X. With the Wraith Prism from the 3800X, but we have upgraded the CPU now to the 5800X Zen 3. So this is one of the pandemic CPUs that we talked about yesterday. And I've also swapped the motherboard. So we've gone from X370. Oh, I'm buffering? Why is that happening again? Is it better now? Why am I seeing that problem when... It's like the viewers are seeing that. The viewers are seeing that, but how come I'm not seeing that? Let me see. We had the same problem earlier today with the GeForce stream. Is it better now? Why am I seeing that problem when... It's like the... Hold up. Okay, so I don't know why that was happening. I mean, that was happening toward the end of the previous stream earlier today. But anyway, okay, so let's keep going. Okay, so was there buffering? Anyway. Okay, so I assume there's no buffering. So earlier today, we were looking at a older computer, quite a bit older than the X370. Here, just turn this on. Well, let me see. Is it better when it's dark like that? I don't know. I kind of think it looks better when it's dark, although it looks very red. It has a very red look. Earlier today, we're looking at the Radeon. No, not the Radeon. Earlier today, we were looking at the Ryzen 7 3800X with the Wraith Prism cooler. So this was Zen 2. And we had this paired up with a pair of GeForce 1080s in SLI. So now we're going to show a pair of 5700 XTs in Crossfire X. So this is going to be Crossfire. So a couple of things I changed since this afternoon. So we're using a different CPU. So now we are using... Move this out of the way. We are using the Ryzen 7 5800X. So this is the successor to the 3800X that we were using earlier today. So we've gone from Zen 2 to Zen 3. Same cores, 8-core, 16-thread. We have also doubled the RAM. So earlier we were streaming with 32 gigabytes of memory. We were using the Samsung B die. Now we're using like Samsung E die, 64 gigs. So we've doubled the RAM to 64 gigabytes, running at 3200 megatransfers. This is cast latency 16. So this RAM is a little bit slower than the RAM that we were using earlier today, but it has double the capacity. So I think that's a fair trade. We've gone from 32 to 64. And then on top of that, we have swapped the graphics cards from the GeForce GTX 1080 SLI to the AMD Radeon RX 5700 XT in Crossfire X. So you can see once again, just like earlier today, you can tell when Fusion is in play when you have link 0 listed in the task manager. So we've got GPU 0 with link 0 and GPU 1 in link 0. So these two have done the fusion dance and they have now fused together into a single GPU. And then over here on GPU Z, sure enough, AMD Crossfire is enabled with 2 GPUs. Resizable bar is enabled, and we are running both graphics cards at PCIe Gen 4 8 lanes because it's dual graphics cards. So the other thing I had to change is the motherboard. So earlier today we were streaming on the X370 MSI X-Power Gaming Titanium. That was a motherboard that launched alongside the first generation of Ryzen. That was MSI's flagship board of that generation. We have now swapped to a Zen 2 based motherboard. So this is now X570. This is the Asus Crosshair Hero 8 Wi-Fi. So a motherboard from 2019. That's meant to go with the 3800X. This motherboard is one of the first motherboards to introduce PCIe Gen 4 capabilities. So this motherboard has Gen 4 storage and Gen 4 graphics card support from 2019. So that is... Actually, let's turn the light back on here. There we go. So there it is. The ROG Crosshair Hero X570 Wi-Fi. And then we've got the dual Radeon graphics cards down below here. In the very first case that I built my very first computer in. And we are using a MAG A750GL. This is a 750 watt PCIe 5.0 power supply. This one actually has the 12 volt high power cable for the RTX 40 and 50 series graphics cards. So that is the power supply. It is top mounted because this is a very old case. This is my very first case from 2006. And the only thing that's changed over the years is I did put a Noctua fan at the front. So we have a 120mm P12 fan at the front for intake. And then we don't really have any of the drives or nothing in there. Oh, also, we are living life on the edge because this power supply from MSI only has 3 8-pin connectors. And I need 2 8-pins and 2 6-pins because these graphics cards are 225 watt TDP. These are 8 plus 6-pin. So I had to use a Molex adapter. Yes, I know. This yellow cable is a Molex to 6-pin adapter. So we're using one of those like dangerous adapters that no one is supposed to be using. I had to go find that adapter. So one of the things that you guys didn't see off stream was me trying to get these ancient graphics cards working, man. Like, this was pretty rough. Remember yesterday evening we talked... Actually, no, it was earlier today. Earlier today we were talking about SLI and Crossfire. So I dug out these 2 graphics cards. Actually, I can put them on this camera right here. This is the XFX Double D. Double D stands for double dissipation. The Radeon HD 7850, 2 gigabytes of VRAM. So this GPU is one of the Pitcairn. This is the Pitcairn cut down GPU. And this one, so let's move this guy over here. This one is the big brother. This one is the Radeon HD 7870. So this is the full enabled Pitcairn die. So we got both of them here. Now these are both 2 gigabyte graphics cards. Now I tried to get this to work. You know why? Because this, and I guess I'll show it to you guys. I tried to get these to work because I kind of wanted to show like Potara style Crossfire. So in here, the XFX has this play hard thing, and then you open it up, and right in here is a Crossfire bridge. This is a Crossfire bridge. This is the fusion cable, the link cable for AMD graphics cards if you wanted to run both of them, 2 of them in Crossfire. So I ran into a lot of problems. I tried to get it to work so I could show you guys, but there was a lot of issues. Number 1, Windows 11 doesn't support these graphics cards. I had to force install a Windows 10 driver from 2020 to even get the display working properly. Number 2, these graphics cards, I guess I'll unbox one of them here. These graphics cards, they don't support, or they don't support UEFI BIOS. So what happened was the motherboard kept beeping. I got 3 beep codes, and then I had to figure out what that means. That means that the UEFI wasn't able to post because the graphics card doesn't support UEFI BIOS. So this is the graphics card. This is what it looks like. This is a relic of the ancient world from XFX. All metal. The XFX R7800 series. This is the Pitcairn. This is the fully unlocked HD 7870 gigahertz edition. So I was trying to get these working, but I had to, first of all, I had to get the BIOS to use CSM. Compatibility, what is it? Compatibility something mode. Like, basically, CSM had to be turned on. Then I was able to get into Windows. Then I had to force a Windows 10 driver to install on Windows 11. Then I had to... Oh, then the other problem I ran into was my 4K OLED wasn't working with this graphics card, because the graphics card doesn't know how to work with 4K resolution. So I had to keep swapping cables. Oh, the other thing too is, check this out. Look at that. DVI. I had to find DVI cables. There's an HDMI, and there's dual mini DisplayPort. Now the problem is I couldn't find any mini DisplayPort cable anywhere. In any of my storage bins, nothing. I couldn't find a single mini DisplayPort cable. So I couldn't use DisplayPort, so I was stuck having to look for DVI cables. So I managed to find this. I managed to find this just kind of like laying around in a pile of cables. This is a dual link DVI. This is dual link DVI. You can see it has the full pins in there. That is a dual link. So when I plugged this in to my side monitor from 2017, I was able to get a display properly working. So I was able to get up to, I believe it was 1440p, 60 hertz or something. So I was able to get that working with the DVI. The problem is the OLED 4K does not have a DVI interface. It must be DisplayPort or HDMI. So I had to get an HDMI and run that. And the problem that I ran into was I could only do 4K 30 hertz. I was limited to 4K 30 hertz on the 7870 and the 7850. So, oh, the other thing too, another problem that I ran into, check this out. Look at this. When's the last time you saw a graphics card that was dual 6-pin? This is not 8-pin. This is dual 6-pin. For some reason, maybe in a way it's better to be dual 6-pin than a single 8-pin, because you get better load balancing over the rails. Unless your power supply is single rail. But so my power supply, like we said earlier, this power supply only has 3 8-pins, 6 or 8 pins. So I had to go find the Molex adapter that you guys see right here, that yellow cable. I had to go dig out this Molex adapter so that I could get the 4th 6-pin for the second graphics card. So the point that I'm making, long story short, too many issues, no driver for Windows 11, it's an end-of-life GPU, 4K 30 hertz is the limit, the monitor I have doesn't have a DVI for 4K, so I was stuck using HDMI 1.0 or whatever HDMI 1.4 or 1.3B or whatever. It was like an old HDMI for the GPU. So the bottom line is I couldn't get the monitor to work correctly. I had to get CSM turned on. I literally wasted the entire afternoon like looking for cables and adapters and trying to force a driver install on Windows 11 that's not meant for Windows 11. Basically, I had to go through so many random things to get it to work. And at the end of the day, when I finally got it working, guess what? It wouldn't even let me enable Crossfire. So I had to go and then I was like, okay, now I have to go and find a driver that's like super old. I was like Googling, and somebody on some Reddit post was like, well, the last driver for Crossfire for that GPU was from like 2019 or something. And I'm like, yeah, no, this is just too much. It's just too much work. It's too much work. And then I realized something. Oh, actually, no, I'll tell you what happened. This is what ultimately shut it down. After I got everything up and running, I didn't install that old driver, but I was like, okay, let's just see if it actually works. So with one of the GPUs working, I loaded up Monster Hunter. I attempted to load Monster Hunter. You know what Monster Hunter did? Capcom literally shut me down. Capcom literally had a pop-up on the screen saying, your graphics card is unsupported. Radeon 7800 series is end of life as of, whatever it was. Please update your hardware configuration and try again. So I was like, well, okay. I'm done. That's it. We're not doing old school Crossfire. That was the end of that. So the game wouldn't even boot up. So I was like, yeah, we're done. We're done. So then I was like, okay, what can we do to salvage this? And I was like, okay, well, we'll just do like dual 5700 XT because I have those just laying around. And this way we can showcase the PCIe based Crossfire. So notice here, there's no bridge. AMD got rid of the bridge with the Hawaii GPUs. So the R9 290X, that was the first generation of cards from AMD that no longer required the right here. You can see it. This is the finger right there. That thing, that's for the Crossfire on the older cards. So as of 2013, you didn't need the bridge anymore if you want to do Crossfire on AMD cards. So, but anyway, that's it, guys. That is Crossfire. I guess a history lesson on Crossfire or multi-GPU on the AMD side. So, it's basically probably just as dead as SLI, if not even more dead in some ways. However, having said all of that, multi-GPU does work. So now the game needs to support it, and well, we'll look at that in a little bit here, but you guys can see, just looking at this, well, you can see right here, this GPU is doing nothing. It's literally doing nothing. This one is doing everything. It's encoding the stream, and I really wish that OBS gave me the option to choose which graphics card. It doesn't give me an option to choose. It automatically defaults to the first one, which is really annoying in a Crossfire or SLI setup. It was the same thing with the GeForce cards. So that's something that I guess OBS could improve, but I don't think any programmer is going to work on that feature because literally no one uses Crossfire or SLI anymore, so why waste time on trying to let the user choose a specific GPU for the encode? But anyway, that is, that's it. That is Crossfire on the 5700X, and it doesn't really do a whole lot, I'll tell you that. Just to show where to go to turn it on, let me move this over. You go into, oh boy, this is huge. What happened? In the Radeon settings, I'll get this out of the way for a second. In Radeon settings, you go in here and you scroll down. You go to the global graphics tab. So gaming, graphics, and then right here. If you have two graphics cards installed, you will have an option for AMD MGPU. This is multi-GPU. So it says uses two GPUs together to improve performance, only works in supported games. So you turn that on. There'll be a whole bunch of like flickering. The monitors will go black and flicker and come back on and do this because it's basically doing the fusion dance. They're doing the whole fusion and then the bam, and then finally it comes up and then they're fused, and you can turn on frame pacing so it's not micro stuttery, and that's basically it. That's where you go to turn it on. For any of you that want to try doing this, if you have two of the same AMD chip, it doesn't have to be the same graphics card, it just has to be the same chip. So like for example, if you have a XTX, like a 7900 XTX, you have a 7900 XT or a 7900 GRE, you could fuse any of those three cards, any combination of those three cards, you could enable them in a multi-GPU group. So that's how you do it. Showing us just in case we decided, yeah, that's exactly, it's fusion. This is the fusion dance. So AMD uses fusion dance. NVIDIA uses Potara earrings. We talked about that this afternoon. For those of you who missed the NVIDIA GeForce SLI live stream, you guys missed out, man. That was pretty fun. That was pretty crazy. So if you're not subscribed to the channel, do get subscribed and do hit the bell icon so you get notified when I go live. Alright, so... oh, it switched me to single player. That's fine, whatever. Alright, so here we are in the game. Actually, let me change that back to Task Manager. Okay. We already showed GPU Z. So here we are in the game. The bell icon doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know. That's a YouTube thing, I guess. Yeah, I think yeah, you weren't at the GeForce stream. I didn't see you there. There were a couple of people there. There was, like, Francisco was there, Marcelo was there. I think Ant-Man was there. Like Ant-Man, someone was asking like about SLI or something. I forgot who asked the SLI question. Like, what do you need to do SLI? There's a long list. It's not easy. There's a list. AMD is actually much easier, but it's like the games don't even really support it. So here we go. This is Crossfire, and as you guys can see, it's not doing much of anything with the second graphics card, unfortunately. So we're basically, this is basically the performance of one 5700 XT. It's sad because, so the NVIDIA card, also the second card wasn't really doing anything, but the second card was doing something. I don't know what it was doing exactly, but it was doing something because it was like 15 to 30% utilization. Here, the second AMD card is literally 0% utilization. So it really isn't doing anything. Like, it's just like 7 watts. It's literally on standby, doing nothing. Second one there is just to get hot. Well, I mean, it's 34 degrees. You guys can see it right there on the screen. We've got both of them there. We got 5700 XT1, 5700 XT2. Now, the reason why I chose these graphics cards is because, first of all, I have 2 of them. They're identical. And they're both the reference blower style. And hopefully this gives you guys an idea why I'm a big fan of the blower style design, because when it comes to multi-GPU, blower style is the best way to do multi-graphics cards, because you do not have to worry about the waste heat being dumped into your case. All of that heat is getting exhausted out of the back of the case, and it's its own closed system. So let's just bring this up again. You guys can see. So I don't have to worry about my CPU getting hot air from the graphics cards. The graphics cards are basically siphoning air into the blower and then exhausting it out the back of the case. It is actually a very good design. It is a very good design. So I actually really like the blower style design for that reason, because it is a very practical approach to maintain the system's temperatures without affecting the entire system as a whole, because your GPU is the thing that generates the most heat in the system, and by exhausting the heat separately from the rest of the case, you don't have to worry about your RAM heating up, you don't have to worry about your CPU heating up, or having to overburden the CPU cooler. So you guys might notice here, we are literally just using an AMD Wraith Prism stock reference cooler from AMD. This is not even meant to go with the 5800X. In fact, the 5800X is supposed to have a higher end cooler because it doesn't include this cooler. All I did was I took the cooler off of my 3800X and I stuck it on the 5800X. So, and I don't have to worry about the heat because the GPUs are not adding heat to the system. See, that's the beauty of using blower style cards. So I'm a huge fan of that style of GPU. So I feel like we'll see those come back if and when graphics cards become more energy efficient. I think what you'll see is the blower style will make a comeback. It definitely makes sense in pre-builds. It definitely makes sense in the enterprise world, in professional graphics cards. Think about it like this, guys. There's a reason why the $8,000 Quadro or RTX professional cards, so like the RTX 4090 Ti, for example, the 4090 Ti, which we never got in the consumer market, but it exists only in the enterprise market, the 4090 Ti uses a blower style design, and for good reason, because it is the most reliable. The other thing I want to mention is the radial fan on a blower style cooler will outlast any axial fan in terms of lifespan, in terms of RPM per hour, in terms of like wear and tear. The blower style fan is the most reliable design, period. It is also the same sort of fan that is inside automotive air conditioning systems. And when was the last time a fan in somebody's car broke down? Like, never, you know, for the air conditioner. You know what I'm saying? Like, either the Freon messes up or something else messes up. But the fan doesn't die. The fan in a car's HVAC doesn't die. And that is the reason why the blower style on a GPU is way, way more reliable. So I don't ever have to worry about a blower style fan like dying on me. It's never gonna die. So in fact, my very first graphics card that had a blower style fan, and that fan still works. It literally still works. And that GPU is from like 2006, and it still works totally fine. Now it doesn't work with Windows 11, so I can't boot it up in Windows 11 anymore, but the hardware is still alive. It's still good and alive, as if it was brand new. So blower style is a good design. It's a very rock solid, reliable design. So anytime I do multi-GPU, I prefer this, and that's the reason why we're showcasing 5700 XT, and earlier we showed GeForce 1080 SLI using Founders Edition cards, because those are blower style cards. So I don't have to worry about any sort of overheating problems with my CPU or RAM or anything, despite the fact we're running 2 graphics cards in the system. So, alright, so this is... Oh, I just realized something. So my GPU temperatures are flipped. I don't like how they're portrayed. I like them to be the other way around. I don't even know how they got rearranged. I want GPU usage to be in front of them. There. That way it's consistent with the CPU. Okay. Alright, so this is it. This is the performance of, well, unfortunately, Crossfire is not really doing anything in this game, so it's literally just a single 5700 XT and how it performs in this game with a 5800X. So the 5800X is going to remove some of the CPU bottleneck. It can't get rid of all of it, but it does reduce the CPU bottleneck compared to the 3800X, making us more GPU bound. However, this GPU is a lot more powerful than the GTX 1080 that we were looking at earlier. So to give you guys a frame of reference, the 5700 XT is roughly the same as a GTX 1080 Ti. So we have now gone from a 1080 to a 1080 Ti. The only difference is the 5700 XT has less VRAM than a 1080 Ti. 1080 Ti, I think it had 11 gigabytes of VRAM. This graphics card only has 8 gigabytes of VRAM, but they're similar in terms of their rasterization performance. So this would give people an idea of what a 1080 Ti would do in Monster Hunter Wilds. And it looks like it's able to perform at 1080p. We are playing the game, actually we're playing the game at 1440p, but we are using upscaling and frame gen. So here we go. We're going to remove the mask. We're going to remove the frame gen and see what the true numbers are. And here we go. There it is. The true performance, 34 frames per second. Looking at the field. Okay, it does actually go up, so it's like 40s. So it's interesting because this is basically how a 1080 Ti would handle this game, and this makes sense because this is 1440p. So now granted we're upscaling, but remember the GTX 1080 could only pull this off at 1080p with upscale. We're now getting the same performance, but we are actually at a 1440p upscale. So this is actually significantly better than what we saw with the GTX 1080 earlier today. So now let's go inside here and check the CPU bottleneck compared to the 3800X. And it stays pretty stable. So we're no longer dropping into like 25 to 30 FPS. So the 5800X is a legendary CPU. Even without X3D, it's able to stay above 30 frames per second, even in the CPU bound base camp. So yeah, there's something about 5800X that is just like, I don't know what it is. I do know that a lot of streamers use the 5800X. I don't think that has anything to do with the fact that it scales pretty well in CPU bound games. But I just know that there's a bunch that play, particularly Final Fantasy XIV. There's a lot of streamers that create content about Final Fantasy XIV that currently use a 5800X in their streaming PC. Typically with some sort of GTX 30 series or 40 series card. But the 5800X performs very well in a lot of MMOs from like 7, in some cases even 10 years ago. So I don't know, maybe the developers optimized specifically for this one generation, but it does really well. Like, we're getting basically the same performance of a 12700K without being a 12700K, so which is pretty impressive. 5700 XT is 5700 XT is around the same. Yeah, it is. It is. The 6700 non-XT is the closest thing, but yeah, this is similar to a PS5. But yeah, unfortunately, Monster Hunter doesn't use the second GPU at all. Because, I mean, you guys can see 0% utilization on the second graphics card. Which, that's a huge bummer. I turned on multi-GPU, hoping that it would actually do something. It didn't do anything. Which doesn't surprise me, because Capcom would have to go out of their way to program the game to actually scale with GPUs. And knowing what I know about them, they're not going to do that. So there's like very little incentive for them to even bother. I mean, they're already riddled with trying to get RE Engine to run as good as it possibly can for a game like this, and we know how that played out. Do I plan on testing Last of Us Part 2? No, probably not. No. No. There is only one game listed for April that we'll be covering on stream, and that game will not come out until the end of the month, or toward the end of the month. So, if anything, I might actually showcase the first Berserker Kazan. That is a game that I probably should have streamed yesterday, but I was like, no, I'd rather do this. This is more entertaining for me. So, we may circle back and look at the first Berserker Kazan. We're not going to be looking at The Last of Us Part 2, though. So, no, that will not be showcased on stream. The other game that we do need to circle back to is Atelier Yumiya and Rise of the Ronin. Those are the two that I have on the list. But there's only one game listed for April. Do you know which? We've already talked about it on Tech Thursdays a couple of times. You've been having a blast with Kazan? I heard that that game is very, very hard, though. I heard that it's, like, too hard in a bad way. Like, it's not difficult in a good way, it's difficult in a bad way. That's what people have been telling me. So I'm kind of hesitant. I already played... So I played the demo, and I did not like the Phantom Blade fight at all. Like, I thought that was a very tedious fight. So that already gave me a bad impression of the game. And I'm someone who likes games like Neo 2. I have like hundreds of hours in Neo 2. And Kazan is actually very much like Neo, more than any other game. But it did not leave a positive impression playing through the demo. I was not impressed at all with the game, unfortunately. So, but we may look at it. We may circle back and look at it. The game has an easy mode? Okay. Yeah, I know someone that's playing through on easy mode, and he's saying that even on easy mode, it's still really hard. So, and also, if you switch to easy mode, you're stuck on easy mode. You cannot go back to normal difficulty if you change to easy mode. So, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like they're trying to impose too many things to make the game difficult for the sake of just being difficult. So that doesn't really jibe with, like, you know, From Software's philosophy on game design. So it's kind of like, I remember Lies of P had to get a nerf in difficulty because Lies of P at release was, like, not hard. It was hard in a bad way. So they nerfed it, and then it was better. So, and I'm someone who beat that game without the patch, but they patched it, and then I'm actually glad they patched it because it's like I didn't like the way it was. So I don't know, man. Some of those games, like the problem is when the developer has to nerf the game, nerf the difficulty, that already shows that there's a problem. Like that, because they don't do that on a whim. Like they don't want to have to nerf the difficulty. If they nerf the difficulty, then there's a reason why they're doing that, and it's usually a very good reason for them to do it, but it also doesn't say very good about the game. Expert level only. Wait, am I not playing the title update? Oh, the update. Yes, yes, yes. The updated for April. Yes, absolutely. We will be covering the Monster Hunter content for April. Yes, that we will be covering. That is pretty much, that is guaranteed to get coverage on this channel. Of course, like anything Monster Hunter is going to get coverage, like automatically. Yeah. But I'm just thinking, like, the games that we have not really looked at yet. We have not looked at Atelier Yumiya, and we have not looked at the first Berserker Kazan. We are not going to look at The Last of Us Part 2. That one is definitely, like, not on the schedule. It's just not on the schedule. Assassin's Creed Shadows, I don't know if I'll revisit that game on stream. I have not played it since you guys last saw me live stream it. So, it's one of those games that I think it's a good game. I don't really understand the negativity around it, to be honest. Like, I understand there's, like, different things that people are criticizing. The Japanese are some of the Japanese are criticizing it for certain reasons, which we're not going to get into here. And then there's people that Assassin's Creed fans are criticizing it because it's not like the old Assassin's Creed games. Now, that doesn't really apply to me. I understand where they're coming from, but I'm someone who never played Assassin's Creed before until Shadows. So, like, my point of view is just like, it's a pretty good game. Like, as someone who has never played Assassin's Creed, I know, I have a general idea of what Assassin's Creed is. I've seen gameplay of it. I've seen, like, Ezio in Soulcalibur and all this stuff. So it's like, I have an idea of what Assassin's Creed was going into it. And I was like, okay, yeah, it's a good game. Like, it's graphically, it's good. The story, I guess, is okay. I mean, I wasn't really, like, super, like, satisfied with the story from what I played up to, like, the midpoint. But I think it's a good game. I don't think it's like game of the year. But I think it's not a bad game. So I don't know why there's so much negativity around it. How many games you have that you played one time and never came back to it? Do we really want to go there? Do we really want to go through that list? I don't think we want to go in that list. We're not gonna go through that right now. Was there anything else earlier? Was there any questions earlier? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll probably play Kazan next, now that I think about it. Yumiya is another game that came out. I think it was... When did that game come out? I can't remember. I don't have access to any of my calendar or anything on this computer, because this computer is like a test bench computer. Yeah, but the game... So, Cypher was asking earlier which game at the end of the month. So, do you guys know which game is coming out in April that we will be showcasing? Probably the whole game story. So, I'll tell you guys this. The most recent game that I played all the way to completion is the game that we're literally playing right now. Monster Hunter Wilds. So since Monster Hunter Wilds, I have not managed to finish any other game that has come out since Monster Hunter Wilds. So, Rise of the Ronin, haven't even touched it since you guys last saw me, like, test it out on PC. Pirate Yakuza, haven't played it since the last time you saw me play it. And that was when the 90... I think we were testing the 9070 XT. That was 9070 XT launch stream. We were testing Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. That was the last time I played Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. So, Dynasty Warriors Origins, same deal. Haven't touched it since, like, the first week of March. So, yeah, Trails Through Daybreak 2 is another game that came out, I think in February or January. It was like a while back, and it was like, oh wow, I was supposed to play that, and I never finished that either. So, and I call myself a fan of the Legend of Heroes series. I haven't even finished, like, that game. I haven't even finished the first one. I haven't finished Daybreak 1. I still need to finish Daybreak 1, and I've already started Daybreak 2, and I haven't finished Daybreak 2. Yes, that's the game. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. That is the game that we will... That is the next game on the list that we will complete. That I will complete. So, that one will be completed. These other ones, these other jokers, like, I don't know, man. I don't know what's gonna happen with Yakuza, and Daybreak 2, and Ronin, and Assassin's Creed, and Dynasty Warriors. All those games, they're just kind of like all just floating in the ocean right now, like trying to figure out what to do with them, you know? Like, press X to doubt. RDNA 1. RDNA 1, this is RDNA 1. This is where it's at, RDNA 1. The good stuff. So, yeah, this is RDNA 1 with this is no frame gen. This is why it looks like there's no frame gen. We gotta turn that frame gen magic on. Apparently the previews of Expedition 33 were very positive. Yeah, I watched the preview. I really hope... Yeah, I know all about that. I know all about the creators got a demo. I watched one of them play through the whole thing. I even watched him play it on the highest difficulty level. And, man, that game, if you're looking for a challenge, if you're looking for a difficult turn-based, reactionary turn-based combat system, Expedition 33 is going to be very, very hard if you play it on an expert difficulty. Because, man, that game is going to be good. That game is just straight up going to be good. I just know it. I just know it. So, everything I've seen about that game has been impressive. Since the very first time I came to know of its existence, I know that game is going to be good. So, that one is definitely going to get a completion. It might even get a 100% platinum. So, that one is on the list. So far, the only... Like, this game, we've currently put 120... Almost 123 hours of playtime into Monster Hunter Wilds. So, I have played this game so much, I played through the story. I got all the way to Hunter rank 40 and finished like post game. Then I got to Hunter rank 50. So we're currently Hunter rank 67. We are currently Hunter rank 67. But then I like this game so much that I started a brand new character. I imported my character from the beta test and finished the story a whole second time. And then I did the post-game a whole second time. And I took that character all the way to, I don't even know, Hunter rank 100 plus. Hunter rank 100 plus. So if you combine both characters, I'm like, what is that? 112 plus 67. We are like almost Hunter rank 200. Split across 2 different characters. So, I have farmed so many monsters in this game. So, and that total is 123 hours of playtime. Now, granted, like, 4 of those hours is literally AFK talking about CPUs and GPUs. So, technically, we've put about 118 hours in this game. But that's still a lot. Compared to, like, all those other games that are still waiting to be completed. And this game is literally just taking up all the time. So that's what happens when one of the games, like, steals the show. This is what happens when you get into, like, a live service game. This game is just way too good, man. So right now, as far as I'm concerned, this is Game of the Year, unless something comes out, like Expedition 33, and just, like, completely wows me away. This is basically Game of the Year, until something else comes out. Because I was listening to IGN, so after the stream this afternoon, when I was doing all the troubleshooting and, like, trying to get these ancient relics, trying to get these ancient relics working with Crossfire on a Windows 11 computer with a GPU. These GPUs are from 2012, guys. This is 2012 GPU. Mid-range, high-performance GPUs from 2012. While I was trying to get this working, I was listening to IGN. IGN is already discussing Game of the Year contenders. And they were talking about, like, that one game with those 2 girls. The co-op game. What's the name of that game? You guys know what game I'm talking about? It's like two girls, and it's a puzzle game, and it's like an adventure game, and it's like they were saying like that game is a contender for Game of the Year, and what was the other one? Avowed, Monster Hunter, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Yeah, Split Fiction. So IGN was saying like currently the ranking, and I don't know how they get this data, but they were looking at like their it's not them. It's from like they're getting it from like the Metacritic scores and like Steam reviews. They're aggregating a bunch of data basically, and they're also like looking at what they actually reviewed the game. But they were saying like first place currently is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So IGN was saying Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is currently the front runner for Game of the Year. Now I don't know if that's true. You guys can help me understand that because I never played it. So I don't know if Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is that good, but they're like, man, currently Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is Game of the Year. Number 2, second place, they were saying, is Split Fiction. Split Fiction was second place. Third place was, man, what was the game? What was that third game? Was it Avowed? It might have been Avowed. I think it was Avowed. They were saying Avowed or some other game. Like, Avowed, Split Fiction, and Kingdom Come 2 were like the 3 top ones. Then the 4th one on the list was... Here it is! Monster Hunter Wilds. They were saying Monster Hunter Wilds is in 4th place currently for Game of the Year. They were talking about like why it should be higher on the list and why... And one of the reasons why they said it's not... It's in 4th instead of like 3rd or 2nd is because for some reason, like, and I kind of understand where they're coming from. They said that there's less content than there was in World, and also there's less like post-game content. Now, I had to think about like, is that true? Because they were like, oh, there's not that many monsters, and then I was like, I start looking at the monster list, and I'm like, there's only like. World had 1 or 2 more monsters than Wilds at launch, like base game versus base game. So it's like you have your Elder. So in World you had Nergigante, which is in this game is basically Arc-Veiled. You had the final boss, which is, spoiler alert, Zoashia, which is basically Xeno'jiiva from World. Then you had the other Elder Dragons. So you had Kushala Daora, which we can kind of say is, I don't know, just pick one of them, Gormagala. And then they also had Kushala and who was the other one? Teostra? Was Teostra one? Teostra? Yeah, Teostra. We'll just say Jindahad is one of them. And then so Kushala, Teostra, Nergigante. Who's the 4th one? There's one that I keep forgetting. It was not Lunastra. She came later. She was one of the patch updates. Who was the other Elder? Was it just those 3? Nergigante, Teostra, Kushala. No, Namiel was like way later. I can't remember who Val Hazak. Val Hazak. So you can basically say like New Udra is like Val Hazak. Or maybe Gormagala is like Val Hazak. So you had Val Hazak, Kushala, Teostra, and Nergigante. So you had 4 elders. Or Nergigante, technically not an elder, but whatever. So in this game, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then New and Uthduna, and then this thing. So I don't know. I feel like this game has an equal amount of like high rank, late game hunts compared to World. But they were saying like, oh, World had more content and World was more challenging. And I'm like, so they're complaining that this game feels easier than World, but World was their first game that they played. They didn't play the earlier Monster Hunter, so it's like, how do you say that? I don't understand that argument when people are like, oh, Wilds is easier than World. Well, okay, was World your first Monster Hunter? Because World was not as hard as the earlier Monster Hunters. So I don't understand that argument. Like, there's a bunch of people, not even like IGN, I'm just saying in general, people are saying that Wilds is too easy. They're like, it's too easy. Okay, if it's so easy, how come when I host for Gormagala, like 50% of the time, randos cart and then we fail the quest. If it's so easy, why are people carting so much to Tempered Gore Magala? And sometimes it isn't even Tempered Gore Magala. So it's like, if it's so easy, why is that happening? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't buy that argument at all. The only reason why it feels easier is because they're more experienced going into this game because they have literally hundreds of hours in Monster Hunter World. That's the only reason why this game feels easier, is because they already have more experience with the franchise. It's that simple. Someone who's brand new to this franchise is not going to say, oh, this feels like it's so easy. They have no frame of reference of how to compare it to the older games. Gormagala is probably the hardest monster in the game. He's just so aggressive and fast, and flash pods don't... Yeah, well, yeah, okay, yeah, I will give you that. Flash pods do not work on him. And that might be one of the reasons why he is more challenging than Arkveld. Just because he's immune to flash pods. So yeah, that might actually be the reason. But yeah, I've been trying to understand, because it's like everyone's like, "Oh, Wilds is so easy." Okay, if it's so easy, why is it that every time I join a Gormagala fight in progress or I host one, there's like a 50% chance that it's going to fail? Because someone's going to cart like 3 times. And it's usually not the same person. It's usually like 2 different people. One person carts twice and then one person carts the 3rd time and it's over. So, like, why is that happening if the game is so easy? Everything Arkveld does can be countered pretty easily in a flash. Well, you remember Nergigante was just as dumb, right? Like, Nergigante was just as susceptible to flash, and he would, like, slam down, and... Arkveld is just Nergigante, man.
I have been playing Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition at 10x resolution on my 5090. Still one of the best open world games ever.
Yeah, that's another game that did come out recently. Yeah, you're right. So there's 2, speaking of Xenoblade Chronicles X, two kind of RPGs came out this past week. Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition for the Switch. And then the other one, it's not an actual new game, but Final Fantasy XIV patch 7.2 came out. So if I was not playing Monster Hunter, I would probably have gone back to Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. But now I'm so behind in that game, I don't even know if I'm going to pick it up again. So, but yeah, yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles X, that's one game that I'm kind of waiting for the Switch 2. Before I dive into that. Now, I've played Xenoblade Chronicles X on the Wii U years ago, so I'm very familiar with that game, and I actually think that game is better than Xenoblade Chronicles. I think X is like the better game. It's the spin-off, but I think it's actually better than the 1, 2, and 3 in certain ways. That being said, I still think out of all of Monolith Soft's games, the Xenosaga trilogy is their best work. Some people still swear by Xenogears being their best work, but I don't agree. I think Xenogears was very, very good, but Xenogears, just it being a PS1 game, that's the type of game that they just need to do a full remake. Basically, what Square Enix did for Final Fantasy VII with the whole remake and turning it into a trilogy, I want to see Monolith Software do that with Xenogears and or the Xenosaga trilogy. The Xenosaga trilogy is like near and dear to my heart as like one of the best turn-based old school JRPGs from the PlayStation 2 era, which a lot of people consider the golden age of the RPG genre. And man, I just hope that someday we get a remake of that trilogy, or not just, it doesn't have to be a remake, like a remaster, because that game, that whole trilogy being stuck in the PS2 era, and it's the only way to play it is like PS2 level. You can't, there's no remaster, there's no like definitive edition, there's nothing. Like that was such a good game. Like, 1 in particular, man. Xenosaga 1 could have been a full movie. It could have been a full movie.
Help support GTR purchase new parts.
Yeah. So it's funny you mentioned that. So it's like, I guess we could try building these old ancient dinosaur computers. It's like the opposite is also true. It's like if I don't have any money to buy new parts, we can literally just build with old parts. we can go back in time instead of going forward with technology. We can go back in technology. I can put together some old computers. The problem is I'm running into a problem with operating system compatibility, driver compatibility. What's the other thing too? Oh, BIOS compatibility. BIOS compatibility is becoming a problem. Like having to run CSM compatibility mode because UEFI. Like these old graphics cards don't even work with UEFI BIOS. So you can't even, they won't even post. They don't even post. But the funny thing is, you guys remember, like I always talk about how the motherboard needs to have a postcode debug and it needs to have the little speaker for the beeps. Man, I kid you not. This thing made the motherboard beep 3 times. 3 times, error code, I think it was E6 or C6. It was basically the error code saying VGA issue. Issue with the graphics card, basically. It kept beeping, beep, beep, beep. C6. And then I'm like, okay, okay, clear CMOS. Beep, beep, beep. C6. I'm like, okay, clearing CMOS doesn't work. Okay, it's a GPU problem. Something's wrong. And I was like, is this GPU dead? It turns on like it. So I basically, what it does is after it fails 3 attempts at trying to boot, it will automatically activate legacy / it's called UEFI / legacy. It had a weird name, legacy ROM something mode. It turns on some special mode in the BIOS that allows it to at least give you a display out from the GPU so that you can actually get in there and turn on the settings you need to turn on. So I had to like disable secure boot. I had to turn on like CSM full compatibility because the UEFI thing doesn't work. So I'm running into problems with that. Like that's the thing. So it's like it's hard for me unless I do like a full retro build, like just really, really old motherboard, old CPU, old RAM, old GPU, like everything old. Then I gotta go and find like, I don't know, Windows 7 or something. Like I gotta go and install Windows 7 or like some OS. Maybe Windows 10 will work actually. Yeah, Windows 10 should work for the GPUs from 2012. Windows 10 was like 2015, 2016. So yeah, it should be able to support a GPU from 2012. That should not be a problem. But Windows 11 is becoming a problem because I've updated to Windows 11 on all of my test systems, and I can't just like drop in an SSD and get ready to go into Windows because it's like, oh, now you can't do it because it's like this GPU doesn't work. So Pentium 1 retro stream, I don't have a Pentium 1. So I guess you missed the live stream yesterday. Yesterday we went over all the CPUs that I have. I mean, the oldest I can do, I can attempt to see if my Athlon 64 still works. The chip still works. The problem is the motherboard might be dead. Because the caps, some of the caps have broken open and leaked on my old EVGA socket 939 motherboard, my N-Force board. I mean, I found it. Do you have an 8286? No. The oldest thing I have, actually, I'll go get it. I found it the other day. I found it this morning, actually. Let me go get it. I'll show it to you guys. Here it is. And it does not look like it's in good shape. I can tell you that. This is it. This is my very first motherboard. An NVIDIA, it's EVGA with an NVIDIA N-Force made for AMD chipset motherboard. There it is. There it is. The old socket 939. Actually, let's turn this light on again. What happened to the lamp? This lamp literally fell apart. My little lamp that I had like completely fell apart. I don't even know how that came loose. I have no idea how this happened. The lamp that I use, like, literally just completely fell apart. I have no idea how this happened. So for those wondering, like, what's going on, I use this lamp to illuminate the desktop, and it literally just fell apart. Okay. Oop. All right. So this is it. This is socket 939. Look at that, single 4-pin. Single 4-pin for the CPU. There's the 24-pin. Look at that. Does anybody know what those are? Does anyone know what these, what am I trying to say? The connector type is? You guys know what that connector type is? Who here knows what that connector type is? I'm talking about these. You can tell, obviously, RAM goes there. IDE. Yes, sir. IDE. The PATA. IDE. There's SATA. That's SATA 3 gigabit. That's not SATA 2. That's SATA 1. SATA 1. Hey, look! Postcode debug! It's sideways. Look at that. A postcode debug on a motherboard from 2006. Look at that. EVGA. Look at that fan. There's a fan. There's a fan on the motherboard. Chipset fan. Look at that. EVGA. Made in China. Oh, here we go. Here's the interesting part. Okay, first of all, look at these uneven. Look at that quality right there, man. Look at those like janky looking. Look at those janky looking heat sinks. Oh, look at that coil. Look at that inductor coil. Wow. Look at these huge capacitors. Man, caps on motherboards. Francisco with the 5, much appreciated. Yeah, I think for some reason, if you don't put a message in the super chat, it doesn't, like, play the notification. I don't know why. I tried to look into that, but it just doesn't do anything. Unfortunately. But yeah, much appreciated for the super chat. I don't... Okay, there's like a... Oh, that's the fan power cable. And then, you got some... There's the, I don't think this coin battery works anymore. Like, it might not work anymore. It might be dead. And then, look at that. Does anybody know what this is? Who could tell me what these connectors are? These 3 connectors. What type of connector is that? Look at that. There's different types of connectors on here. Look at that. You got Molex supplemental power. Molex supplemental power. No, it's not ISA. AGP is a close guess, but that's not right. It's not AGP. I'm talking about these yellow ones. So far, no one's gotten it right. It's PCI. Not PCIe. It's PCI. It's PCI. Not PCIe. PCIe is PCI Express. This is old school PCI non-express. That's PCI. This is PCI Express. These longer ones, that's PCI Express Gen 1.0. So we've got, this is PCI Gen 1. PCI Gen 1, PCI Gen 1. This is PCI. That's straight up PCI. Look at that. That is an old, this is my very first motherboard. Then you have a PCIe X1 right there at the top. And then you have the giant AMD Socket 939. There it is. Actually, can I zoom in on this? Is this gonna show it? Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Look at those words and numbers. Socket 939. Socket 939. So you can install 9070 XT. Oh, can you imagine the CPU bottleneck? So this is it. This is an NVIDIA. This is an NVIDIA Enforce 4. Yeah, this is when NVIDIA and AMD were on the same team back in the day against Intel and ATI. This is why I always talk about Ryzen plus GeForce versus Intel plus Radeon. It's because it's a throwback to old school. People who built computers back in the 2000s know exactly what I'm talking about. Intel plus Radeon versus AMD plus GeForce. That's how it was. Those were the teams. It was Team Green versus Team Blue and Red. That's how I know, like, that's how I can tell if someone is a true a true enthusiast who knows the history versus someone who's like, oh, Intel plus NVIDIA. Intel plus NVIDIA didn't come until later, guys. It was always AMD and NVIDIA. You guys know, like, a lot of people here probably don't even know. You guys know that Jensen used to work at AMD? Does anyone here know that? Jensen worked for AMD. And then he quit, and then he went off to work. I forgot where he went to next. He went to, like, some other place, and then he started NVIDIA. With 2 other guys, or 3 other guys, out of, like, a Denny's. He used to work for AMD, he quit, then he went to go work for Denny's part-time, while he was trying to... No, he quit AMD, he went to some other place for like a year and a half or something, then he quit, then he went to Denny's, and then while he was at Denny's, he would discuss, like, with these 2 or 3 other guys, basically the founders of NVIDIA, and that's how NVIDIA was started. See, that's what I'm telling you, and Jensen knows the truth, man. Only Jensen knows the truth. He knows that long ago, AMD and NVIDIA were allies. This is proof of that. EVGA AMD motherboard with an NVIDIA Enforce 4 chipset. NVIDIA made the chipsets, the third-party chipsets for AMD Ryzen, not Ryzen, AMD Athlon. AMD Athlon. So this is proof of that. That's it. My very first motherboard. The back of it's really weird too. Check this out. Look at this socket on the back. Look at that. That is the back. This is DDR1. And then I guess just to show the I/O, you got a parallel port for a printer. You got this is DB9 serial. I don't know why there's 2 of them. And then you have some USB Gen 1, 4 USB Gen 1, full surround analog audio, and a gigabit. I think it's gigabit. It might be 100 meg. That might be a 100 meg. I actually don't know. I forget what that is. The Ethernet. It might be a 100 meg. It might be just Ethernet. And then we have, or fast Ethernet, I mean. And then you have a PS by 2 for keyboard and mouse. So that is it. It is really light, man. This is not a heavy board. This is a flimsy thing. Like, this is like a, like, wow. I don't know if it works anymore, because the thing that worries me is the capacitors are kind of like, some of the capacitors look like they're open. So I'm actually afraid to try to power this up. Because right here, these caps in the middle, you can't really see, maybe you can see that. Those are like literally open. See that? Those two capacitors are basically split open. So I'm actually afraid to try to power this board on. Because it's got like, it has sketchy looking capacitors on it. So I don't know if we're going to try to do a retro build with my very first motherboard. Because I don't think it actually works anymore, unfortunately. I think it's just too old. But I know that the CPU still works. So I don't know, maybe I will dare to try to power this on someday and see if it's still alive. But, oh, your old MSI board caught on fire? Okay. Alright, well, I'll look into it, but they're definitely open. And it looks like there's some kind of rust or residue on the top of the on the underside of the top of those caps. So yeah, it's probably unfortunately this EVGA board, it's basically a museum. It's a museum set piece at this point. It's just like a thing from the past. But this is my first motherboard. So there's something about it being my first motherboard. I'm not gonna throw it away. Just because it's the first motherboard. So, and it proves it's from an era when AMD and NVIDIA were basically Team Green. So yeah. It was short near the chipset. This is in the middle of the board. It's literally it's smack dab in the middle. It's these two caps right here in the middle of the board. Right above the first PCIe slot. So it's just those two. The rest of them all look normal. Oh, actually, nope. There's two more that are leaking at the top here next to the RAM. So these two next to the 24 pin are also open. So yeah, unfortunately, this board is just kind of dead. But oh well. Frame it. That's a good idea, actually. So for those that are wondering, I used this computer. So this was my computer from like summer 2006 when I first built it, all the way until summer 2010. So I used this computer for 4 years. 4 years with this one computer. So you can imagine in 2010, a single core Athlon 64. This is one core, one thread. No hyperthreading. It was one core, one thread. I used that all the way until the summer of 2010. By that time, my laptop was more powerful than my desktop. So, yeah, this desktop, I basically ran it until it's like the wheels were falling off at that point. So... but yeah, this was my computer. I remember playing Brood War, Guild Wars, World of Warcraft, Half-Life 2, Counter-Strike, Dota, The Frozen Throne, Warcraft 3, all that stuff. And I think that was pretty much it. I wasn't really into Diablo at the time. There was no Diablo 3 or 4 back then. It was only Diablo 2. I'm trying to think, like, what other games did I play on PC? Age of Empires 2. Definitely Age of Empires 2, the Conqueror's expansion. I was not into Age of Mythology. My computer couldn't really run Age of Empires 3 that well, so I didn't bother. And actually, I'll tell you what made me upgrade. You know what made me upgrade? Because remember, I said I had this computer all the way until summer 2010. What made me finally upgrade was StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 came out in the summer of 2010. And I remember playing StarCraft 2 on this ancient motherboard. On this ancient computer. And it ran like garbage. It was just, it ran so bad. I was amazed. StarCraft, looking back, the fact that StarCraft 2 actually worked on a single core, single thread is amazing. Because that game was very CPU dependent. Like, it was very CPU heavy when it came out. So, StarCraft 2 made me finally upgrade my PC. Because I had it for like 4 years. And then I went to a Phenom 2. Phenom 2. We talked about this story yesterday. I'm not going to spend the whole next 3 hours telling the same story. But I basically went to a Phenom 2 X4. And then I went to AMD's FX 8350 in 2012. So I basically had the Phenom for 2 years. Or 2.5 years. Then I went to the FX 8350 in 2012. And then the summer of 2013, I finally bought an Intel. I built an Intel computer. My very first Intel computer, the Haswell i7-4770K. So, that was 2013. And then I was on the Intel computer for 4 years. Or almost 4 years. It was on Intel from 2013 all the way until the Return of the King, Ryzen 7 1800X in March of 2017. So that's pretty much the history right there, and the rest is history. Because then came the computer that we're streaming on right now, the 5800X with the dual 5700 XT. So that puts us right where we are. That's a great segue into the machine that we are showcasing right now. Oh, and for those that are wondering, this computer tower case, this is my very first tower case. So this case that I'm using right now was the original case that I built this EVGA Athlon 64 computer in. So, okay, so that brings us to this computer. I call this the pre-pandemic computer. Oh, actually, no. This is more like the in the midst of the pandemic. This is the in the midst of the pandemic computer. Meaning, this computer was built before the pandemic, but some of the parts are from the pandemic. Namely, the CPU. The 5800X is a CPU from the pandemic. But the graphics cards were before the pandemic. 2019. You just replaced 10-year-old Define R3. That's the temperature. That's the socket temperature. The postcode is showing you the temperature of the socket. It's 52 degrees. What BIOS am I running on? Let me see. I think it's the latest one, but it might not be because I haven't used this motherboard in a while. I am on version 4805. So this is BIOS 4805. Hold on, where's my CPU Z? Here it is. Check it out. This is the motherboard. Asus ROG Crosshair 8 Hero Wi-Fi. This is the pinnacle of AM4. PCIe 4.0. The very first Gen 4 motherboard from 2019. BIOS version 4805 from March 18th of last year. This is the BIOS. The CPU, AMD Ryzen 7 5800X with a 105 watt TDP, currently running at 4.6 to 4.7 gigahertz. Oh, you were asking the BIOS from the Nova, the latest one, Yeah, for some reason I didn't read the rest of that. I was like, wait, okay, you're asking the BIOS of this? Like, okay, I mean, this is it. What's the difference with B550? X570 has things like SLI support and, depending on the board, and more connectivity. And probably more overclocking features. Just straight up more stuff. X570 is the premium chipset. Okay, so, I mean, let's do one thing here. We need to do one thing. We need to turn on frame gen, first of all. Fix that. There we go. That is much better. Alright, now we're playing the game around 60 FPS. So let's try doing a hunt with this graphics card. Well, first of all, I need to go back into the, how do I go back to the online? I need to go back onto the server. I'm like offline.
Right.
I need to join a lobby.
I'll be waiting here.
Retro builds may be a thing. Or people, yeah, people will just hold on to their hardware longer. I mean, I typically do, like, well, okay, now, because of the YouTube channel, now I upgrade pretty much every generation. But before, I mean, I told you guys earlier, like, I had my first computer for 4 years. I had the Intel computer, my first Intel computer for 4 years. And then I had the first Ryzen, I had that for like 2.5 years. Ever since AM4, I started upgrading more frequently. And that's because AM4 makes it so easy to upgrade. Like, you literally just keep the same motherboard and you just update the BIOS and buy the new CPU and just do a drop-in upgrade. It's very, very easy. So that's why we literally have Zen 1, Zen 2, and Zen 3. I mean, the only reason to get a new motherboard is if you want the new features that the newer motherboard has. Like, if you, like, for example, so the stream from today, earlier today, we were streaming on an X370. That is a motherboard that only has PCI Gen 3. The motherboard that we're on right now, X570, has PCI Gen 4. So now my 5700 XTs, which are the world's first Gen 4 graphics cards, they can actually benefit from the Gen 4 bandwidth because they're both running at only 8 lanes. So it's PCI Gen 4 X8 because there's 2 of them. They're sharing the 16 lanes. You forgot Zen Plus. Oh, Zen Plus I skipped because that one, I mean, that one was better than Zen, but, you know, yeah, that one I skipped. 1800X to 3800X to 5800X. Your first console was Sega Master 1000. I remember, so maybe you guys can help me identify what handheld console this is. I remember growing up, my cousin had it was a Sega handheld, and it was like it was like a black rectangular handheld that he had this thing. It was like a magnifying screen that you could attach to the screen, and it made it look larger. So it's like, imagine if, okay, imagine this is the handheld. He had this thing that it's kind of like, I don't know, like this. Maybe this is an exaggeration, but it's like the screen is in the middle, and you attach it to the handheld, and it's like you're looking at like a higher up screen on the handheld. And the handheld was pretty big. It was a Sega handheld because he was playing like Sega the Hedgehog or Sonic the Hedgehog on it, and Sega Game Gear. Sega Game Gear. What does that look like? Sega Nomad? Before the Switch, the portable Sega Genesis. Probably a Game Gear. Hold up. Sega Game Gear. Hold on. Sega Game Gear? Oh yeah, it looks like that. It looked a lot like that. Maybe that's what it was. Sega Game. What was the other one? Sega Nomad? Sega Nomad? No, it didn't look like a Sega Nomad. I remember very much what it looked like. It looks like a Sega Game Gear. Sega Game Gear. Okay, hold on. Let me see. With screen attachment. He had like this thing that was it would sit on top of the screen, and it made it look like everything was larger. It was almost like a magnifying glass on the screen. Yeah, okay. Magnifier? Wait, what? Sega Game Gear. Screen magnifier for Sega Game Gear? Is that what it is? Because I remember we were going to this restaurant, like, I was with my uncle and my aunt and my cousin, and they were driving us to this Chinese restaurant, and for some reason I very vividly remember the Sega Game Gear. He was using the Sega Game Gear in the car, and he had this thing bolted on the screen, and it made it look like everything was like larger than normal. A screen magnifier. Every handheld had one of those back then. Yeah, it was a screen. Okay, that's what it is. A screen magnifier. Okay. A Sega Game Gear with a screen. Because I remember he took it off. He took it off to put it away. Because at first I didn't know that the magnifier was separate from the actual handheld. I thought it was like one whole unit. Then when he detached it, and underneath, the screen was revealed, and everything was so small, and I was like, wait, what? So, yeah, it was a Sega Game Gear with a magnifier on it. And I remember, I think my other cousin had a Game Boy, like the original Game Boy. Not the Game Boy Color, the original Game Boy. I remember a lot of people had Game Boys, or Game Boy Advance. What is it? Well, I don't remember, because I never had any of these handhelds. My first handheld was a PSP. Just for those wondering, my very first handheld was the PSP. So I never had a Nintendo handheld until I got the Switch. Like, well, the Switch, I have the Switch and the PSP. In fact, I have all 4 PSPs. One of the most famous videos, I don't know if anyone watching the stream knows this, but one of the most famous videos on this YouTube channel is the My PSP, I think it's PSP 1000 versus PSP 2000 versus PSP 3000 versus PSP Go. That is my most successful video. And that video is shot in such terrible lighting on a terrible, like, so I don't even know what camera I was using to film that video. That is the most successful video on this channel. That video, I think, has over 1 million views. That's my only viral video on this YouTube channel, is the My PSP video. Like, yeah, and I still have those PSPs. Unfortunately, on 2 of them, the batteries have started to swell. So, like, the battery on, I think, the fat PSP and one of the other PSPs is swelling up. So, unfortunately, the time is ending. Oh, that video is how you found the channel. Wait, are you serious? Are you making that up? You literally found this channel from the PSP video? I mean, the PSPs have nothing to do with what we talk about on this channel. I highly doubt that. For some reason, I don't believe that. Nobody had the Atari. No, my first console, my first handheld was the PSP. I have the Vita also. So I have all 4 PSPs, I have the Vita, and then I have the Switch. That's literally, those are the only handhelds I have, guys. I basically have all the PSPs, the Vita, and the Switch. So I have like 6 handhelds. That's it. Those are all my handhelds. I don't have any Nintendo handheld. Oh, okay, well technically the Switch, but the Switch is kind of like a hybrid. But yeah, the Switch is the only one. So, okay, my consoles, do we need to open like, I need to keep track of this, man. I'm starting to get confused. Like, hold on, I need to type this out because I'm starting to get confused. Well, I'll move this over here. Actually, here, I'll move these guys. I'll put you guys over here, and I'll put this over here, so it's easier. That way, I can see the chat while using paint. There we go. Okay. So, my console, my handhelds are, whoa. Until we don't use this computer for paint. That font is, like, way off. PSP 1000, PSP 2000, PSP 3000, PSP Go, PS Vita, and the, that's it. That's all. Oh, I guess, do we want to include this as a hand? I guess we do. All right, and then consoles. Like, this is handhelds. And then over here, actual, like, home consoles. So I have PS1. Like, PS1, not PlayStation. PS1. There's a difference. You guys know what the difference is? So my very first console was the PS1. PS1, not PlayStation, not PSX, PS1, which means it was the Slim. My very first console was a PS1 Slim. It was the Slim PlayStation. So the skinny one. That was the very first one. Then the PlayStation 2. That was the fat original PlayStation 2. And then, well, yeah, PlayStation 2. Then Xbox. The original Xbox. Then the PlayStation 3. This was the original, we'll say 60 gigabyte, so everyone knows exactly which one this is. This is the good OG. This is the one that can do full backwards compatibility with PS1 and PS2 games. This is the launch one, basically. So that one. And then, the Wii U. I never had the Wii. I had the Wii U. The Wii U, yes. The Wii U, the one that has Xenoblade Chronicles X. The original Xenoblade Chronicles X. Then PlayStation 4. That's the original PlayStation 4, not the slim one, that's the regular one. Then PlayStation 4 Pro. Then PlayStation 5, then currently PlayStation 5 Pro. So these, I think these are all my consoles. I'm trying to make sure. This is why I had to type it out, so I know I'm not forgetting one. Oh wait, no, there's more than one of these. So there's also PlayStation 380 gigabyte. So this is the one that has software backwards compatibility. Oh no, this is the one that has the graphics synthesizer, but it does not have the emotion engine. So this one can play PS2 games, but not as well. So there's a few games. Unfortunately, Xenosaga 1 has an issue. Fatal Frame 3 has an issue with this console. And they never fixed that. And then, so those two, and then there's like another PlayStation 3. Which was like, what year was that? 2014. Okay, so that would have been like PlayStation 3 Slim. The good one. The good one. Meaning the first one. The first one. The first Slim. The first Slim, the first PS3 Slim is the best PS3 Slim. Because later on, they cost cut the PS3 so much that the final Slim PS3 was the one that had that cheap sliding little door to cover the disc. Like, man, no, I don't have that. No, I got the good one. In fact, the good one is literally sitting right here on the desk. You like the PS3 so much you bought 3... Well, okay, this one died, unfortunately. This one had a yellow light of death. So this one is, yellow light of death. Unfortunately, my really good launch one died. Yes, it died. I tried to revive it. It didn't work. I remember using the hairdryer, trying to resolder, and it died. It died. It died, and because it died is why I have this one. This one was purchased to replace this one. And I bought this one used. This is a refurb. Refurb from GameStop. Refurb from Games. I don't normally buy used hardware. This is like a one-time exception because this thing yellow light of death. So yeah. This one is in the original packaging somewhere. I don't know what happened to it. This one can still run Linux because I never updated the firmware. This magic 80 gigabyte PS3 is probably worth like a lot of money on eBay because it doesn't have the firmware update and it still can play PS2 games. Just can't you believe it? It still has the Chrome. It still has the Chrome. It has the 4 USB, 4x USB, and compact flash and memory stick Pro Duo memory card readers. Memory card reader. It has all that good stuff. No. This one is the legit. You know what this one is, guys? You know what this one is? This is the Metal Gear Solid 4 bundle PS3. This is the. I bought this one in 2008. This was like the best. This is like the second best. Okay, technically the 20 gig. The 20 gig is probably the second best because that one has full compatibility. But the 20 gig doesn't have Wi-Fi. This one has Wi-Fi, and it has like. It has the exact same stuff that the 60 gig has, except it's missing the emotion engine. Yes, the 60 gig has the emotion engine plus graphics synthesizer. So it has PS2 fully PS2, we'll just say EE plus GS. The emotion engine plus graphics synthesizer. This one only has the graphics synthesizer. So this one doesn't have the emotion engine. You feel so bad that it yelled. Yeah, I know, man. I know. It kind of hurts to think about it too, because this is like the OG. This is like the best one, and it died. You know what game killed it? Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13 killed it. I remember I was fighting Noel. I was doing the Noel boss fight. He did a backflip. He literally did a backflip, and he flipped in the air, and he froze in the air. He was like frozen. He was like backwards in the air, just frozen in the air on the screen. And I was like, what just happened? What just happened? and then I'm like, oh no. And then eventually it turned off and it did the whole yellow light thing and that was it. And the red light and it was over. It was over, man. That was it. It was gone. It was out. It was just straight up rip. It was just straight up rip. It was gone. So because of that, I'm like, okay, this one, because I had both of these at the same time. I'm like, yeah, no, this one I'm never gonna let this happen again. So this one is frozen in time. This one is literally, this is on an old firmware that can still install Linux. So this is because remember, Sony had all those firmware updates that eventually patched out the ability to install Linux. My 80 gig can still install Linux. It still has a very old firmware on it. Now this one, this is the one that I eventually replaced the 60 gig, and I played like all my, like, you know, I finished like I played Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, basically all those games. Not 3. 3's not on PS3, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Nier. I mean, the original Nier. Kingdom Hearts. Wait, no. Kingdom Hearts 3 was on... Never mind. Kingdom Hearts 2 was PS4. Never mind. Yeah. So, it's funny. It's funny. Marcelo mentioned I have 3 PS3s. There's a video on YouTube called I Have 3 PS3s. I just realized that. That's kind of weird that I also have, or had at one point, 3 PS3s. I'll just say this one. This one is the MGS4 bundle. That's the MGS4 bundle. This is the launch one. Launch model. This is the launch model of the PS4. This is the launch model of the PS5. So those are the consoles. This is a Slim. This is the original. This is the original. I don't think there was no Xbox Slim, so I don't even need to do anything there. It's funny, yesterday we were talking about, like, PC gaming. Now are we going to talk about, like, console gaming for the next 3 hours? But you guys can tell, like, clearly from this, you guys can see, like, my consoles for me was, like, a big deal in this era. Like, PS2 and PS3 was my primary, like, the time where my console phase of gaming was pretty much PS2 and PS3. During PS4, that was when I was transitioning over to PC. Although I did have the ability to play PC gaming throughout this era. I mean, I didn't play that many PC games. It was basically World of Warcraft, Guild Wars, and occasionally StarCraft, Brood War, and Age of Empires 2. And that was pretty much it. I mean, I played some UT 2004. I was not really that into Counter-Strike, although I did play Counter-Strike. I wasn't that good at it, so, you know. Dota, I did play Dota as well when that was popular. The Frozen Throne custom map. So, but those are pretty much like the PC games that I played throughout this time frame. You went through all that Crossfire. I know, right? I wasted like 3 hours today trying to get an ancient dinosaur Crossfire setup working, and then just to be told by Capcom that the GPU is not supported. And then they told me to upgrade. But yeah, so out of all the consoles, the one that I use the most, I mean, for real, the one that I use the most ended up being this one. Like, now that I think about it, just looking at, or PS2. It's between PS2 and PS3 Slim, but in reality, because I had this, maybe it was this one actually, the launch with the one that died. So this one, yeah, you know what? I think I actually spent the most hours on the 60 gigabyte, and that's probably why it died. Because I remember once I got this, I didn't need to use my PS2 or my well, I didn't even use the PS1 anymore. So like, once I got a PS3, I immediately started playing all my PS2 games on my PS3. The nice thing about the PS3 is it had a built-in upscaler. It's funny, everyone's complaining about like FSR and DLSS for games these days. Man, PS3 had old school nearest neighbor upscaling like before it was even popular. You could upscale PS2 games and PS1 games with your PS3. And now that I think about it, I remember I replayed through Final Fantasy 9 and Final Fantasy 10 on the PS3 because it looked better on the PS3 because of the upscale. Because you could scale it to like 16:9 resolution, like aspect ratio. I think I probably spent the most hours of all my console gaming hours was probably PS3, because I remember I played a bunch of PS2 games on PS3, and like Xenosaga, I played that on PS3, or at least the third one on PS3, and then the Tekken, I played Tekken 5 on the PS3. Soulcalibur 3 was on the... Soulcalibur 3 was a PS2 exclusive. I played Soulcalibur 3 on the PS3 60 gig. Like, legit. Like, I bought it. It's a PS2 game. And I played on the PS3. I never actually played on PS2 now I think about it. That's crazy. So, that's how good the OG 60 gig was back in the day. It had the emulator for the memory card. You had to buy the little memory card adapter, and then you transferred over all your memory card into a virtual memory card for PS2 games. Man, and PS1 games. Yeah, this was legit like the best console, man. PS3 cross media bar was so good. It was so ahead of its time for a console's UI. Need for Speed Most Wanted. Need for Speed Most Wanted. I played that on the Xbox, believe it or not. I think I played on Xbox. Need for Speed Most Wanted was on Xbox. Or was it PS3? No, I'm pretty sure it was Xbox. I know I had the first Need for Speed was on PS2. I got it for PS2. And I just remember, you know what? I remember because I knew someone who had a GameCube. And I remember one weekend, we set up 3 TVs. We set up 3 TVs in side by side. We literally had three TVs. It was like a friend LAN, if you call it a LAN event or a fighting game tournament, whatever. So we had 3 TVs in a row. This one had the PS2. This one had the GameCube. This one had the Xbox. And you know what we had running on all 3? Soulcalibur 2. Soulcalibur 2 on PS2. Soulcalibur 2 on GameCube. Soulcalibur 2 on Xbox. I'll never forget this. This was so fun. It was we had a Soulcalibur 2 tournament. And it was hilarious because the thing is, if someone wanted to play as one of the exclusive characters, remember, the consoles had exclusive characters. So on PS2, you had Heihachi. You had Heihachi from Tekken. He was exclusive to the PS2. So if someone wanted to play as Heihachi, if they were a Heihachi main, they had to be on the PS2. They couldn't play on the other 2 consoles. Likewise, if someone was a Link main, Link from the Legend of Zelda series, he was the guest character on the GameCube. And he, in my opinion, he was actually the best guest character ever in like any Soulcalibur game ever made, even until this day. Link was so good. The bomb spam, and the charge up attack, and the Tudia spin from Soulcalibur. Oh man, Link and Soulcalibur 2. Oh my, that is like peak fighting game right there. So Link was so GameCube was straight up the best one. GameCube had the best, but in terms of graphics and load times and visual quality, Xbox was where it was at. Xbox had way faster load times because of the internal hard drive, and Xbox was the only one out of the 3 consoles that supported component cable output, so you could play Soulcalibur 2 at 720p 60 frames per second on the OG Xbox. It looked so good compared to the other 2 versions, and it was faster and it was better. It was so good. And the main character from on the Xbox was Todd McFarlane's Spawn, the comic book character Spawn. He was the main guest character on the Xbox version. So a lot of people, from a technical standpoint, objectively speaking, Xbox had the best version of Soulcalibur 2 back in the 6th gen console era. However, I personally thought Link was the most fun to play, so I gotta give the win to the GameCube, man. GameCube was so good. GameCube, Link was just so OP, so hilarious. He had the bow and arrow, he had the bombs, he had the rushdown, master sword, and the shield. The mirror shield, oh man, Legend of Zelda, he was just straight up, he was just cheat codes. Link was straight up cheat codes. He had unblockable bombs, he He had so many broken moves, man. They literally just took Link out of Soulcalibur no, they took him out of Super Smash Bros. Melee and just stuck him into Soulcalibur 2. It was hilarious. It was hilarious, man. I miss now just talking about these old like 6th gen consoles. Oh man, I miss the PS2 and the Xbox and GameCube era. That was probably the golden era of the consoles. That was the golden era of the consoles. Yeah, OG Xbox was Nvidia's graphics chip, yeah. But you know who did GameCube? Team Red. ATI did the GameCube one. So, the Radeon team did the GameCube one. And I forgot who did PS2. I think IBM. That you're talking about Soulcalibur 4, man. That one, yeah. Soulcalibur 4 was okay. Soulcalibur 4 was PS3 and Xbox 360. That one had the Star Wars characters. Yeah. So you're talking about Soulcalibur 4. So PS3 had Darth Vader. Xbox 360 had Yoda. Yeah, you're talking about Soulcalibur 4. That was PS3, 360. That was 7th gen consoles. Yeah. Yeah, I like Soulcalibur 4. I had Soulcalibur 4 on PS3. Yeah, Darth Vader was kind of like, he was not that good. I mean, he was an okay character, but he was not good, man. Starkiller was like a broken character in that game. Starkiller was on both consoles. Necrid from the Todd McFarlane series, he was an original character created from the guy who made the Spawn comics. He made Necrid. That Necrid was common to all 3 of these consoles. Whereas Starkiller from The Force Unleashed, he was in both of these. So yeah, you're talking about Soulcalibur 4. This is Soulcalibur 2, man. Soulcalibur 2, a lot of people say Soulcalibur 2 was the best one. Yeah, that was dumb. That was so unbalanced. Yoda, like all the high attacks would just whiff. That's yeah. Yeah, no, I know. But yeah, GameCube was very good. GameCube was very good. That's a console I don't have. I don't have a GameCube. I always kind of wanted one too, because Smash Brothers Melee was like so good. Smash Brothers Melee, Soulcalibur 2. GameCube also had a lot of like weird games too, like Eternal Darkness, Sandy's Requiem. That was a really bizarre game on GameCube. It had like some really I think Metroid Prime was originally on GameCube, and also that one Legend of Zelda game that was on Switch was also on GameCube. And the thing about I forget which one. What was the name of that game, guys? That was on the Wii U, not Wii U, on the Nintendo Wii. It was the Zelda game that everyone always talked about. It was on Wii, and there was like a controversy because Link is left-handed. But on the Wii, they made him right-handed. Maybe it was Twilight Princess. Wait, is it Twilight? I think it's Twilight Princess. That one sounds right. I think it's Twilight Princess. Yes, it's gotta be Twilight Princess. What year was it? It's Twilight Princess. It's gotta be, man. 2006. Yeah, it's Twilight Princess. That's the one. Twilight Princess on the Wii. They made Link right-handed because of the Wii remotes. And because most people are right-handed. But on the GameCube, they kept him left-handed. So if you were playing Twilight Princess on GameCube, you had Link the way he's supposed to be. He's left-handed. So the shield is in the right hand. But if you were playing it on the Nintendo Wii, he had the shield in the left hand and he was fighting with the sword in the right hand, which is completely not how he is as a character. So I remember that was like a slight little controversy. People were like, well, why do that? Because, you know, like, people should just be using the left hand. I don't know, like, it was, I remember that being a major difference between the GameCube and the Wii. But yeah, I never had a Wii. It's mirrored. Yeah, it's mirrored. Well, they did it because their reasoning was because most people are right-handed, so they didn't want them to feel like it's like unnatural to play the game doing most of the attack motions with your left hand instead of your right hand. That's why they did that. But I don't know. I kind of think that it's interesting. It's just like an interesting little trivia to know that Twilight Princess on the Wii is mirrored, and the GameCube actually has the original way that it's supposed to look. This is a double GPU setup. It's literally in the title of this video. The screen literally says, I mean, the stream title is literally Crossfire X. Crossfire X means dual GPU. Crossfire X, for those that don't know, means dual Radeon cards. I take it you missed the stream earlier today where we were doing dual GeForce cards in SLI. Nintendo Switch is the only console you have right now and can't wait for the Switch. Yeah, I'm probably going to be getting the Switch 2 when it comes out. I'll probably be streaming Xenoblade Chronicles X on the Switch 2. So we'll be taking a look at some of the Switch 2 games. I do have a backlog of Switch games that I would like to finish on the Switch 2. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Both of them. And there's probably a couple of older Switch games too that I may look at. Okay, but one of the things, we have not actually done any hunts. But they didn't kick me from the session, though. So that's good. Let me see, do we have... Using a large amount of graphics memory, minor glitches may occur. That is a very ominous message. I have never seen this message come up before. Wow, Capcom's really good, man. Capcom is really, really smart. Using a large amount of graphics memory, minor glitches may occur. Wow, I've never seen this warning before. Okay, wow. Okay, maybe we need to crank it down to 1080p. I don't know how to respond to that. Like, what am I supposed to do, Capcom? Like, what does that mean? Okay. So, I guess we're going to 1080p. I don't know what that means. It's like, okay, let's do 1080p and see how that works. Okay. Switch 2 is probably coming out in June or May or somewhere around there. It will be announced on the 4th of April. So you'll know more really, really soon. It's only a few days away. Xenoblade, is that the game where girls turn into weapons? No. No, that's not. It's not that game. I don't even know what game that is. What? Xenoblade. Actually, so in Xenoblade, in Xenosaga, they could summon like giant mechas. Is this my personal setup? No. This is a retro setup, guys. Okay, this used to be my personal setup. Let's put it that way. Yeah, this was my personal setup in 2020. Basically, during the pandemic, this was the setup that I had. During the pandemic, I upgraded to the 5800X, which is what we are using right now as a CPU. And then we're running dual 5700 XTs in Crossfire. And this is actually the last Crossfire setup that I did. After this, I no longer did dual GPUs anymore. So this is the last setup. This one and the one that we did earlier today for the NVIDIA cards. So I had an SLI GeForce GTX 1080 in SLI. And then that was replaced by this, dual 5700 XTs. After this, I went with one single graphics card. So the graphics card that I got after the 5700 XT Crossfire was the RX 6900 XT, which we've showcased it before. So the 6900 XT was the successor to my dual 5700 XT setup. So basically this setup, and that was during the pandemic. So this is why the theme of these streams this weekend have been pandemic PC based streams. So actually we have like 5 minutes on this buff. I'm going to actually get into one of the hunts now.
Yes.
Let's do one of the investigations. We have a Jindahad. That would take a long time. I need to start clearing out some of these, though. Ooh, this one has a gem. This one has a gem. Do I need this? I still have like 7 of them. You know what? Let's go ahead and look at what's on the map. If pre-orders are going up on April 9th, then it will launch soon. Jindahad has appeared. Wait, what's this? This says 7 of those. Oh wait, there's one that I can do multiple? Maybe I should just do the multiple one? What is this? Oh, do this one. Switch 2 should launch soon after. If the pre-order date is April 9th, I expect it'll probably come out in like May or June.
Now commencing quest by order of the guild.
I forgot to check. Actually, no, we did check. Let's go. Alright, here we go. It's telling me that I'm using a high amount of VRAM. Like, how much VRAM? See, it's telling me using large amounts of memory. But how do I know that I'm actually using that much? Because texture quality is only medium, so I don't even know why. Why is it warning me about running out of memory? I mean, we have 8 gigs. Hold on a second. There's no reason, there's no excuse why we can't just do this at,
Good. I made it in
hold
time.
up. Let me do quality.
Look at the size of that scar.
This looks, yeah, okay, let's just do this. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Hold on, this needs, no, this needs some 1440p. This needs 1440p. It keeps telling me this, but I don't believe them. This needs a 1440p, but it needs to be on performance. I guess, okay, this looks better, although it's still around like 60 something, so. Spin, spin, spins. Okay. So for those that are wondering, like, what harder content looks like in this game, you will see it with the patch update. When Arch-Tempered radeon shows up, Arch-Tempered fights have always been some of the hardest content in the game. So the Arch-Tempered, I knew that when Arch-Tempered show up, people will stop complaining about, like, the game being too easy. Because I remember those fights being very difficult. The game has a very fuzzy look when playing it at a lower resolution. We're gonna have to figure out if there's something that can be done to make it look more clear. I think probably not use performance on 1080 or no, this is 1440p, so. Yeah, radeon on Arch-Tempered. Typically, Arch-Tempereds, the difference between Arch-Tempered and normal tempered is that the threshold, stagger threshold is much higher on Arch-Tempered, so it's much harder to stagger them. Also, they become immune to traps and flash and things like that a lot more quickly. So you can't use those as much.
I want to see MHW's release on Switch 2 as a launch title, so it can immediately destroy all hopes of Nintendo fanboys.
I don't think it's gonna come to the Switch 2, because typically, I think for the Switch, basically for handheld or mobile, they develop a different game. They have a whole different team that does that. Because that's why Rise was meant for the Switch. It was meant for mobile, basically. So whatever the successor to Rise is, that will be the game that comes to Switch 2. That won't come out until probably like 2027 or the very end of next year at the earliest. Oh wow, that thing, okay. But yeah, this game can't run on a Switch 2. Like, the fact that this game is as hard as it is to run on PC, it wouldn't come to the Switch 2. Capcom knows that. They can't put this game on that handheld. They can't put it on a handheld, period, man. Like, it's so hard to run. It's so hard to run. The fact that you have to have a 5090 for 4K is that right there. And you also need to have like the best CPU to not be like CPU limited, or at least be like mitigate the CPU bottleneck as much as possible by using the most powerful CPU. Like, that is crazy. Uh-oh. The Radeon is here also. Oh wow, Ratheon's helping us beat up the... what is this thing called? Kongalala. Get those hornets to attack that Ratheon so we can get away from it. Is Ratheon still... I think Ratheon's still chasing her? Oh wow, Rathian like chased everyone. And now Rathian got poisoned. Maybe I should just hunt the Rathian and then do this thing next. Even though Rathian's not even part of the quest. I mean, that's one way to get rid of it. Oh, my buffs wore off. All the buffs just literally wore off all at the same time. Well, where's this? Well, I think it just basically, like, if Nintendo fanboys, I mean, they won't be able to play Monster Hunter Wilds. They'll have to play the other Monster Hunter game, the one that replaces Rise, which will be a newer game. It won't be as technically demanding as this game, though. This game is, like, extremely technically demanding. In fact, I can't believe it. Right now, we're actually, like, right below 60. And the game looks like this. This is just, I'm gonna figure out, after this hunt, I'm gonna have to figure out what to do to fix that. If anything can be done to fix it. I mean, the main answer is, like, we need better upscaling. I don't know. That sounds so bad to say that. I'm just gonna, I don't know where that other guy is. I'm just gonna, like, do this. Is it gonna catch one of the, okay, I was gonna be like, oh man, if it catches the one of the other ones, okay, well, there's that gem. That was a quest too, so it's like I don't know who requested that, but that was like a thing that was separate from the investigations. You can now report your successful side mission. Oh. Oh wait, Santiago's here. What does he got? What do you got? He always has the good stuff. Oh, he's got the good stuff. Wait, don't I already have this? Although, even if I get it again, I can make it go down a different path and upgrade it into a different weapon. Just get everything. I always just buy everything he has. Just max it out. Just get all the stuff. There, just get everything. Alright, that's cool. Okay, yeah, I wonder if that Radeon Arch-Tempered set will be better. Like, if that will become, like, a more meta set. Because right now, I feel like Guardian Arcveiled set is... That one and the Gore Magala one, and maybe Jindahad are, like, the best ones in the game right now. But I'm someone who never likes to play meta, so... Like, while everyone else is farming Arterian weapons, I don't really care. I'm just farming up all the pieces, and I'll just make Arterian weapons later. I prefer the look of the non-Arterian weapons.
Anything catch your eye?
I don't even remember what was on the wish list. I think... Oh, I wanted to make Gore Magala Alpha set, because it... that's right. I was gonna work on this one. The Gore Magala. The cool thing about the alpha set on this one in particular is it actually still has a good set of gem slots. The beta set has... It looks like... So, like, hold on. Like, comparing this... How do I... Why is it not showing me the thing? Like, should be able to do a comparison. Oh wait, no, what? Well, the difference is this one... Well, I don't know. Maybe I need to do a mix. Like, this one has a level 2. This one has a level 3 plus 1. See, the beta set is better for, like, endgame. But this one, the alpha set is actually quite good because it still gives you 3 level 3s and 2 level 2s. So you can put, like, earplugs. Earplugs is a level 2 gem. Unless you get lucky and you get an earplug on level 3. But I think, yeah, like I think I'm going to craft this one because, so the beta set, you lose 2 stacks of antivirus. And I feel like the alpha set is always preferred if you're going to farm that monster for that monster's weapons. Because it makes fighting that monster, it makes fighting the monster whose armor you're wearing a lot easier to farm. So what I like to do is I like to craft the alpha set, then farm that monster over and over again for their weapons. If I want some of their weapons. But it depends. But I think Gore Magala is a good one to have. This is like super endgame right here. Like the beta set on the Gore Magala set. Because you can put... There's like the fact that it has... Yeah, the gloves have a 2 level 2. This one has a level 2 and a level 1. And then the head piece has a 3 and a 1. Beta set, I feel like beta set is always better, like, in very, very late endgame, yes. But I still think, like, there's a purpose to have the alpha set. Like, it's easier to just get the alpha set and then just farm Gore Magala for the weapons. I remember I think it was the Siege of Kolv Taroth. The Kolv Taroth beta set, I remember, was the one that was like, you automatically just went for that one. Because you wouldn't ever really need the alpha set. No, the alpha set is better if you want to just farm the monster. Like, for example, this is why it's on my wish list. Now I remember why. Because if you want to craft the weapons... Think about it like this. Like, let's go find the Gore Magala hunting horn. Like this hunting horn. Like, if you want Gromklong, this thing, you gotta fight this guy a whole bunch of times to get this because you have to get the parts for the lower level one. And that assumes you also have the Rathlos pieces. In this case, I have the Rathlos pieces. In fact, I already have the Oh, I literally just bought the Rathian. See, this is why Santiago is like the bro. Santiago is the OG. He's like the king because Santiago comes in and he's like, hey man, I know you're looking for a 5090. I don't have one, but you know what I have? A Valkyrie Chordmaker 1. I got a Valkyrie Chordmaker 1. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get it. He has all the good stuff. You know why? You get the Valkyrie Chordmaker 1. Now, I don't have to farm Radeon, and I can just turn this into the Flame. And then if I want, then I can immediately start working on the Gore Magala Hunting Horn. See, this is why Santiago is so good, because you literally he just gives you the high rank thing. You just like start off like you just like skip so many steps. I literally skipped like having to do Radeon, and if I got one of the other ones, I can skip like some of this basic stuff over here. So man, that's so good. That's so good. Because now, but here's the thing, the alpha set, if I have the alpha armor, let's go back to the Gore Magala alpha armor. If I have this thing has level 3 antivirus, which means if I want to farm Gore Magala for his weapons, and I automatically already have antivirus against him, that basically trivializes the fight. It makes him like much easier. And now I still have a level 3, a level 2+1, a level 3+1. This is why I really like this alpha set, in particular this one, because this one still has a lot of level 3. Look at this Arcveiled Alpha. Arcveiled Alpha, this one doesn't even have any gem slots on the crown. The Gore Magala one has a level 2. The Alpha Arcveiled has a level 2. The Gore Magala Alpha has a level 3. The Gore Magala Hands has a 2+1. This one has a 2. Okay, this one has a 2+2, so that one's better there. This one has a level 1. The Gore Magala has a level 3+1. So I really feel like you can do the same thing with the beta set and if you have the decorations. If you have the right decorations. And that's why I'm saying beta set makes more sense late game, like way late game, because you already have the decorations. But if you don't have the decorations, you can't get the antivirus level 3. So that's what I'm saying. So the alpha set makes a lot of sense. Basically, my word of advice for people who are wanting to get into this game, the alpha set is like your early post game. You want to craft at least 1 or 2 good alpha sets, so that your grind, like your end game grind, is much easier. If you can craft the beta set first, and then you never need to craft the alpha set. But the thing is, if you do this, I don't know, like me, because I did this in World, and I didn't really like it, where it's like I just crafted like straight up the beta Kushala or one of those sets, and I was like, because I didn't have the gems. As long as you keep playing the game, eventually, because of RNG, you will get the gems, but you just have to keep playing the game. So, otherwise, I still feel like early endgame alpha set makes a lot of sense, especially this one, because this one still has like 3 level 3s on the whole set. You can also mix and match, so you know, it's like I could do, if I wanted, I could get like the crown, because the crown one doesn't have, like, the only one here is I lose 1 evade window, so I might actually do like the beta crown plus like these alpha set. But the other thing too that no one really talks about that is different in, although it's not different for it looks like Gore Magala. Oh wait, no, yeah, it is different. He has this one has scale layering, this one has scaling prowess. Yeah, so what no one seems to talk about though, I don't know if Rise had this, but the group skill is different. The alpha set has scaling prowess. Scaling prowess makes it easier to mount monsters and to wound them once mounted. So that is the alpha set bonus for group skill. The beta set, and this is why I liked Age of Empires 2, because Age of Empires 2 had those team bonus abilities for every civilization. So this is like the team bonus from AoE 2. So this one, the beta set has scale layering. temporarily reduces stamina depletion when health is at 40% or lower. So if, yeah, okay, this one actually makes a lot of sense when fighting Gormagala because he tends to like one-shot people a lot. So I guess this is somewhat helpful in the event that someone becomes near death. They're like at 10% health and they have like no stamina left. So or they have like 10% stamina. So maybe adrenaline comes in clutch in this scenario. But I want to say something about this one. The reason why I still think I'm going to craft the alpha set is because the ability to mount the monster is really, really good in this game. Because when you mount the monster, you can open up like up to 3 different wounds on the monster, making it easier to farm parts. So I think this skill, the alpha skill, is really good. So yeah, we're definitely crafting the alpha set because this is like, I mean, and I don't know what it is about this set, but man, look at the fact that this alpha set has like a good spread of level 3. You get 3 level 3 gems. You get 1, 2. You get 2 level 2s, and you get 1, 2, 3. You get 3 level 1s. So I think this is like a really good choice. Mounting seems like a waste of time in Wilds. I don't know about that. If you want the parts, it's easier to open up. You can open up multiple wounds. Like what I do, if I mount the monster, I wound the monster, then I jump. Like if I wound the head, then I jump to the back. I wound the back, and if I can get on the tail, I jump on the tail and I wound the tail. Because that creates 3 guaranteed wounds right there. So, and the thing is, the team members, in team fights, the team members can then also, like, break the other 2 wounds. Because, like, you mount, you're going to break one of them, but there's 2 more, other people can get the other 2. So that's how it works. So that's why it's a team skill, or a group skill. But yeah, this is, yeah, because eventually we're going to have to do, like, group content for, like, Arch-Tempered and things like that. And seeing how people have handled Gormagala is not very confidence-inspiring with randoms. But that's typically how you end up having to farm. You end up farming with randoms. Unless you want to play solo, which is fine, but, I mean, I don't know. Unless, I don't know. Let's do another one here. It's gonna be a Gormagala hunt. I need to eat.
I heard from the others.
Why is it? Oh, it's fish. We're running out of tranq bombs. Gunlance? Oh yeah, Gunlance is really good in this one. Hold up, where did she go? She like ran off. Anyway, I just need to find a Gormagala. Wait, what's this? Hold on, do I have this thing? Oh, a wishlist tempered radeon appeared. Maybe I'll just hunt the radeon. Hold on, I need to hunt that radeon. I forgot why. Was I trying to... What was I... Was I trying to craft like a thunder weapon or something? What was I trying to craft for radeon? Oh, I was trying to craft this. Why was I trying to craft this? Oh, this must have been like when I first finished the story. Yeah, I don't really think I need this anymore. That's on wishlist for some reason. I can't remember why I wanted this set. I don't know why I wanted this set. What is the team thing? Temporarily increases attack power when using effects like melody effects that affect... Wait, this is for Hunting Horn? So wait, radeon is meant to be like Hunting Horn? Increases attack when inflicted with ailments. That's... What? Like... Oh, okay, I see why. Okay, so that's actually way more useful. Yeah, hold on. What is the difference between these two? So you lose 1 latent power and 2 maximum might and 1 stun resist. Yeah, this one, forget about this. Remove this. I don't know why this is on here. If I'm gonna craft this, it's gonna be the beta set. This must have been when I first finished the story. So the question is, do I still need this? Oh, you know why this would come in handy? This would come in handy when actually fighting Arch-Tempered Radeon next month. Because of the 20 Thunder Resist. So yeah, okay, so I'm gonna craft the beta set actually. So we're gonna put this on wish list. This one also has a better group skill. You need Radeon Bolt Gem for some of the G Arc Build armor. Oh, okay. That's what I'm wearing right now. Yeah, the G Arc Veld. I like how they did the G Arc Veld set. Unless, do I need to craft the... What does the beta one do again? Reduces elemental damage and unique damage while in... This, I guess this means like damage that you take. Not the damage that you deal. Reduces elemental and unique damage while in the Ruins of Wyveria. And then the one that I'm wearing is this one. Increases recovery speed of stamina and red gauge when near will crystals. Yeah, I know originally, so I crafted this, and then on my other character, after playing this with this one, on my other character, I crafted the beta set. So I have the beta set on my other character. And yeah, the other character is like a hunter rank 112 and already has like, I already have the flare gem and all the other stuff. So yeah, I might actually put the beta set on wishlist too. This was a fun one to farm for. You have to get an Duna. You have to basically beat like all of the apex predators. You need for the headpiece. You need to beat Duna. You need the gem from Duna. You need the Jindahad gem. You need the Radeon gem, and you need the Nuudra gem. I might actually craft this one. Gigabyte X870E, and it's showing code 08. That is, is that like waking it up from sleep, or is that like not? Is that like a cold boot? Those gems are a pain. Yeah, that's what I did. That's what I did. I hosted for the investigation. I had investigation saved up for them. Wait, did I save them? Did I like save them, or did I not even save them?
Got something in mind?
Hold on, what about Arkveld? Is the Arkveld set good? Alluring pelt increases the attention drawn to you when oh, this is good if you want a tank. So if you're like if you're a lance main or a gun lance main, especially a lance main, I feel like lance players are the best tanks in the game. With offensive guard and like the counter, like them being able to guard and counterattack so well in this game. Man, this is meant for lance. This is straight up lance right here. You can tank so much in this game as a lance. Gun lance too, but I feel like gun lance players don't want to tank. Like it's weird. As someone who's played both roles, I find lance way easier and way more effective to tank with. I feel like gun lance doesn't want to tank. They want to just deal damage the whole time. Arkveld's hunger, that's good. See, alpha set. Increases attack and defense after fainting. Okay, yeah, that's old school. That's fortify. So this one has fortify. Yeah, see, like I said, this one is good for people. This is good for like solo play, but also like early post game, spamming the Arc-Veiled alpha set. But this is, I wouldn't craft this now. Like, I'm so far in late game that I don't need that. I think if I'm gonna craft the Arc-Veiled, it'll be the. This one has a good amount of gem slots still. I like the gem slots on this one compared to the Guardian one. The Guardian Alpha has like no gem slots. So all I did was I stuck 3 Divine Protection. I have like level 3 Divine Protection on here. And that's it. So I may, hold on, like this one. Yeah, this one has a 3. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna put this one on wish list. Yay, we get to farm all of them all over again. Except Jindahad. Oh, you know what? I forgot to, okay, I know what I want to do. I need to farm Jindahad and Gormagala, and because I still want this Gormagala alpha set. I want this one, and then I want the. I don't know why Radeon's on there. I want Dahad, this one. This looks cool. I just want it because it looks cool. I want it for the layered. I want the glamour on the Dahad set. It looks. You know what this makes me think of? This armor, for some reason, makes me think of Lautrec from Dark Souls 1. Do you see the resemblance? It looks kind of like Lautrec from Dark Souls 1. The Betrayer. You guys know what I'm talking about? See, this one... Man, I'm kind of tempted to do, like, a mix of the Well, oh, but then I can't get the... Oh, never mind. I'd have to settle on... Hold on. Group skill is like 3, right? Yeah, okay, so I need like 3... Hold on. So this one is a 1 and a 1. Okay, so I would do... Man, bind resist. Bind resist. See, I want tremor immunity. I absolutely want tremor immunity. So I would do the alpha legs. So alpha legs. And the alpha showl, or whatever this is called. This thing, because I want tremor immunity. Because I'd be using the set to farm Jindahad for Jindahad weapons. So that one is a must. And then this agitator is, that doesn't need to be maxed. So yeah, I want the gloves. I want the beta gloves for that level 3. So that one we're going with. And then for this one... Man, see, I like how this alpha piece already has a level 3. Bind resist. What does bind resist do? Prevents web status and frostbite. See, that's good against him too. You only get a total of 3, right? Like, yeah, so okay, so no matter what, you can only do, okay, so it would be the chest piece, that's the 3rd one, so that guarantees that I get this group skill. Temporarily increases attack power when using effects like melody. Okay, so that means if I'm hunting Ornn, then, okay, what does this one do? Lord's Fury. Increases attack when afflicted with ailments. See, that one is like, I like to be immune to the ailments, so it's like, yeah. So we're just gonna go, although the attack buff is good, though. The attack buff is good, but who cares? We're using Agitator and stuff, and this is more like a support set anyway, because it wants you to use the Hunting Horn. So I would do probably... Ooh, that Weakness Exploit is good. That Weakness Exploit is very good, but I'm probably gonna have to go with the beta helmet because of the 2 level 2s. So I might do this one for the 2 level 2s, because this only has a level 1. I'm willing to sacrifice that 1 Weakness Exploit just for the 2 level 2s, because I think I'll be able to put Weakness Exploits in there if I want. So yeah, we're going triple piece alpha set and dual on beta set. So that's going to be for the Dahad. Actually, can I already craft this? I think I have enough pieces to craft the whole thing. The Gracium, the Dahad gem. I'll have to get another one for that Arc-Veiled. Yeah, I can already craft this, guys. We can go full Dahad right now.
Ready to get to
Here
work?
we go. This is it.
Alrighty, perfection.
Let's go farm Jindahad with 5700 XT Crossfire.
Perfection.
You think greatsword is in content? Wait, what? Okay, and then we're going this.
Get to work. Alrighty.
Offset counter.
Perfection.
Oh, greatsword is good, man. Greatsword is that's what I used to clear the story. I cleared the story with greatsword. I wanted this tremor immunity, right? Okay, yeah, we're giving up like one level 1. That's not a big deal.
Perfection.
Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I can't. What? I need a guardian scale. Oh, wait, what am I talking about? That's the wrong piece. Why is Damascus on wish list? This is on wish list? Why did I want this? I forgot what. Oh, because I was trying to do a support build. I was going for level 5 wide range. Oh, that's what this is for. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's still gonna be on. Okay, I still want to craft that, I guess. I don't really need it anymore, but.
Ready to work.
Okay.
Perfection.
Okay, so I've got a mix of Dahad Alpha and Dahad Beta. So we basically have, hold on a second. Binding. Hold on. So what does my equipment info actually say?
Now that's a good choice.
So I have binding counter. Okay. See, that's the nice thing about mixing alpha and beta pieces. You can still get the 4 set bonus. Binding counter 1 and 2. Even though I don't have 4 pieces of alpha or beta. I have 3 of alpha and 2 of beta. But I still have... I'm getting inspiration. So this is basically... We're going to have to use a hunting horn as one of the weapons if I actually want to use the group skill. Which is fine, because that's what I plan to do anyway. And then we still have a good spread of gem slots. So I think this worked out pretty well. So now, I have earplugs level 1. Do I have earplugs? I have an earplug jewel. Do I have another earplug jewel? On something else? Oh, I have one right here. Oh no, isn't that the one that's on this? Oh yeah, that's the one that's on there. Oh, I only have one earplug jewel. Wait, do I have one a level 3 mix? Weakness exploit. I guess I don't have an... Oh wait, no, I only have one earplug jewel. Okay. So is it worth using level 2? Level 2 earplugs is actually not too bad. Probably part breaker. And then here I'll probably do weakness exploit. Actually, you know what? Maybe I won't do earplugs. I'm not going to do earplugs. Because we're going to do probably part breaker again. Yeah, probably part breaker, and then tenderizer. This can be like an attack up or something. Or an attack, or, Oh. There it is. Immunity, there we go. Bind resist level 3. Weakness exploit again. Now we have level 3 weakness exploit. Is this... Yes, this is 5700 XT. I mean, it's literally right on the screen. This set has very bad fire resist. But if I can put 3 stacks... Oh wait, antivirus? Man, if I want to make this like really good at fighting Gormagala as well, like I could just put that in. I could go complete immunity to windproof. Is that worth doing though? Prevents small knockbacks and other prevents knockbacks and tripping. I already have that. Tremor resist. Maybe go all full windproof. Now I have immunity to windproof. I'm windproof. Tremor resist is maxed out. Part breaker level 2. Weakness exploit level 3. Change the earplugs thing. Oh, okay. I need a newer. I need one of the. I need to craft the weakness exploit one, or the wide range one.
Anything catch your eye?
I'm not locking. Well, the FPS is capped to 60, and then I let it use frame gen to go to 120. That's how I have it set up. Oh, this thing was on my wish list. I need to go hunt a Chatacabra so I can craft the weakness exploit thing. Is this thing upgradable? I guess go hunt this Chatacabra for that weakness exploit. I also wanted the one with the wide range, though. Then I don't need the Damascus set. Or I could get this part break. Oh, wait. This is Flare? Add this to wish list. You're using 6700 XT and the i5. What's the lowest stable FPS you could get? What do you mean the lowest stable? Are you trying to cap the FPS? If you want to cap FPS, you just want to cap to 60 then. Assuming that's what you're asking. Oh, here's the wide range. Okay, so friendship is also on there. I need a wing. All I need is one. Oh, I need low rank. Low rank Windrake hide. That's why I don't have this thing.
Done already? Sure.
Let me upgrade this.
Anything catch your eye?
Upgrade my Dahad so that it has 66. I want it to match my Arc Veiled set in terms of the base defense of the Arc Veiled set. So we're going to take this to 66.
Ready to get to work?
This is giving me Genshin Impact vibes, leveling up artifacts.
Look good.
You want to up the resolution to the max? Well, that GPU is meant to play this game at 1440p, but not higher than 1440p. Are you trying to do an output resolution of 4K? Because that is the way to make the game look good. That's the only way to make the game look good, actually.
I'm ready to work. Ready to get to work?
Does that make sense? What do you guys think? You think this is a good idea to mix the beta set with the alpha set like this? I think so. Now let's figure out what hunting horn to get.
Anything in mind?
Oh, I want the Jindahad hunting horn to go with this set. Where's that Jindahad? Yeah, I want this thing. This is going on wish list right now. We're gonna have to go hunt that Jindahad, but I need to craft some good stuff first. Like, I have like nothing good. We're gonna have to get this thing. How do I have, like, no iron ore? What is going on here? I don't have, like, any of this stuff. Let me ask this kid. Do you guys have... Is there anybody here who has some stuff here? You got any good stuff? Does he have any of the good stuff? I don't see any good stuff in here. Here, get some of these. Oh, there was a sinister cloth or something in there. We need to get some spider web. Oh, wait, hold on. What's over here? Yeah, spider webs. Get some spider webs. Yeah, he can get us the good stuff, man. He knows what's going on. Ivy. Maybe we need some ivy. I'm always low on adamant seeds for some. I don't even know why. Yeah, get some of this stuff. What do you guys think, like, how this game's, the subsystems, like the collectible systems, like this thing, for example, how do you guys like this compared to the way it worked in World? Look, I'm just asking the chat, like, anyone who played World, like, how does this game's version of, like, this sort of system stack up against the previous game?
They said this was our share from the Fire Spring Festival. Goodbye.
Oh wait, I forgot to ask him about the trade. Like, is there any item
Somebody
trade?
wants to make a trade.
See, there's some hidden, like, sinister cloth. I need sinister cloth. There's hidden armor sets in the game. I'm trying to craft all of them. That's for food. It's like they want the things that are, like, super rare. Royal Seat. Like, where am I gonna get that? A product of Azuz. The leather is repeatedly repaired for extended use. Try taking it to the smithy. See, like, this is the sort of thing that I need. Yeah, give me this thing. There, I actually did a trade. And then... Now, okay. I need more, but it's like, oh, they want these things. I guess I need to pay attention to this more often. Guardian. Oh, Jindhad claws. I mean, they want me to give them, like, the super rare things so they can give me, like, a fluffy egg. Like, really? What? That ain't happening. I guess we're going to go and join a low rank. Actually, hold on. We gotta go get that crystal. There's, like, a crystal upsurge. It said there was a crystal upsurge. Active events. Is this worth getting? Oh, but I need to go to low rank, though. See, I don't like how they want you to get, like, a low rank thing to start the base weapon. That's because the game is not using the second GPU. Unfortunately, this game does not support multi-GPU scaling. So, the second GPU is literally doing absolutely nothing. That's why it's like that. The game has to be programmed to leverage multi-GPU for it to actually do this, to do any work. So this is basically the performance of only one 5700 XT. Oh, wait. There it is. I'm guessing this stuff is used for trade. Wait, what is this? That's mining? Was that all of them? Oh wait, no, there's plenty of them right here. Yeah, I know. Well, the thing is, there's also MGPU. Why isn't it going down? It's scared? Oh, it jumped too far down. Why is it not going? Go to the thing.
I'll put the materials I gathered in your item box.
Okay, I'm confused. Why does it not want to go to the thing? Like, do I have to do this myself? Wait, there's one right here too. Am I supposed to use the wedge beetle to get up there? Like, what? Capcom. Okay.
Bet I could set up camp here.
Oh wait, there's a camp. I never even did this one. Wait, where am I?
Planes are so
Oh, I'm like underneath this?
The sandstorm leaves this place better than it finds it.
How am I supposed to get up here? Lost a scaling frame gen with the second one, see if it's any good. I mean, how would that even work? How would the second one even do anything? Okay, I'm confused why the mount keeps going up here and then doesn't want to go to that thing. Like, why is it not wanting to go there? Is the AI, like, broken? Like, what is going on here? Is there a wedge beetle? Am I supposed to, like, leap across or something? Oh, am I supposed to, like, jump and fly across? How do I make it, like, jump? Oh, there we go. I think this is what I'm supposed to do. And the Palico was there the whole time. The Palico literally was, like, there the whole time. They give you the option. I may have to look into that. Okay, I think there's more. There's like there's one underneath me. I hope this stuff that I'm getting is actually useful for something, because otherwise I'm wasting my time doing this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that sometime. Wait, is that all of them? Nope, there's another one right here. I think that's the last one. Oh no, there's still... Is that one that I didn't get that was up there on the top of the thing? Oh no, I did get that one. It's on cooldown. This one I didn't get. I didn't get this one. And then there's like one over here. I hope this stuff is useful for like trade or something. It's meant for something. It's not meant for like... I don't think this is for... It might be for crafting one of the armor sets or something. Like one of the generic ones. You watch me play more games than you actually play, which is sad. I really don't use it. Oh, I'm just curious to know if like that application is... Well, I'll look into it. I need to up the resolution in this game, but I don't think there's a way for me to make the game look better. It's just, I don't know. I need to... you know what, we're gonna try... I don't think I can do 4K because I don't have enough VRAM. Actually, maybe... We'll try 4K in a second here, to see if it actually works. But Capcom has already... Like, the game's already been warning me of too much... Like, not enough VRAM, basically. Okay, this is the last one. That's the last one. Then we need to hunt either Jindahad. Oh no, we gotta go to low rank and get like a Windrake hide or something. He almost threw me over the thing. Okay. Alright, that's all of them. Now let's go and do... Let's go do the Jindahad. Actually, I want to try something here. I want to get this game to run at like a 4K output. Because I can't stand the way it looks like this. See, it keeps telling me that you're using a large amount of memory. So let's go to 4K. And then we're going to have to do... Probably ultra performance. Oh man, it looks so much better at 4K. Even with ultra performance, it looks so much better. But now I just can't get that 60 FPS anymore. What if I do lowest settings? It can almost get to 60, but not quite. I think we're gonna have to settle for 1080p. Man, the 4K resolution just looks so much better. Ultra performance is 720p. This is 720p upscaled all the way to 4K, and it's not able to get 60 FPS. Man, this game is so hard to run. It's so incredibly hard to run. Man, if only Crossfire worked in this game, it would save the day. But we all know that the reason why multi-GPU doesn't work in a lot of these modern games is because the post-process effects don't work with multi-GPU. You can't do things like frame gen with multi-GPU. I just realized, I remember that now. And that's why. But the thing is like, why do you need frame gen if you have multi-GPU? So it's like, I shouldn't need frame gen if I have multi-GPU. So now, I guess we're gonna have to settle, but man, this looks so much better, even though it's like the lowest preset. Alright, we're gonna have to settle for 1080p. I mean, this is a 1080p stream. I think the stream is 1080p. So we are gonna do 1080p, performance, or maybe quality. It just looks so bad. Okay, crank the preset up, man. That looks so bad. Medium. Medium. It keeps telling me large amount of memory. Okay. Then lower this then. How about that? Oh, because it's going over that 6 GB buffer when you go to medium. That's why. But that's like barely over. Alright, this is 1080p. Performance. I don't know what the internal resolution is when it's 1080p at performance. Yeah, but when you use multi-GPU, how do you use multi... You're telling me to use the... whatever that application is with the second graphics card? Will it even work, though?
Well, what can I do for you?
Wait, hold on. I gotta go to... What am I trying to get here again? I forgot what I'm trying to do. I want to craft a talisman. The Friendship Talisman. Windrake Hide. So I need to go into a low rank. I need to do like a low rank quest. Bugging in the forest. Wait, that's not the right one. Where's the one? Yeah, this one. The desert is demanding. I'm gonna have to look into that. If what you're saying is true, that might be one way to truly leverage a multi-GPU setup. Okay, this is it.
Let's have another hunt with no surprises.
720. No, is this 720p? No, this is 1080p.
Shipments come in. Hope you find something useful.
Hold on, what is that? What is that? Landlight shrimp. Okay, we gotta go and find the thing. But I gotta go get a wing drake. And I know where to find one. There he is.
Finding good footing in sandy terrain can be tricky.
This is the thing that I need.
Monsters.
See, there you go. But I want to make sure that if I have to upgrade it, I have more. This is the new Hogwarts Legacy. This is basically the replacement to Hogwarts Legacy for me. It's that one game that I tried to play but ended up talking about computer hardware the whole time. At least this game I actually finished it though in a timely fashion. That game took me like a year to finish. And even then, I still have to do the post-game stuff. Okay, I don't even think I need to do the quest itself. I think I can just, like, leave. But just for completion, let's go and do this. Actually, let's use the gun lance. Alright, here we go. What do you guys think is the most challenging weapon to use? Like, what's the hardest weapon to use in this game? And what's the easiest? I think sword and shield's the easiest.
That looks like a good place to set up camp.
Where? It's like, look at the campsite. Well, what campsite? Okay, these guys. They're just minding their own business, and I just walk. Using advanced weapons. I do need these, I think. The bowguns are pretty easy. I find the heavy bowgun the hardest one to use. Out of the range weapons, I find the heavy bowgun the hardest one. I mean, even though it has the block, I think it requires more, like, strategy to play effectively. It has a higher, let's say it has a higher skill ceiling than the light bowgun. The light bowgun, yeah, definitely that one I think is easy. Switch axe are always intimidating. Yeah, a charge blade and switch axe. Well, charge blade seems hard, man. I think charge blade is probably the hardest melee weapon in the game to use effectively. Like, it's... I remember it was so confusing to learn the actual things that you needed to do with that. You know what's also hard to use? Insect glaive. Insect glaive is definitely like the try to keep uptime on that. Oh, they got away. I was trying to catch one of them. Wasn't quick enough. Charge blade and insect glaive both seem like hard to use to me. Switch axe seems like it's the easiest one out of those three. Insect glaive, because it's like the problem with insect glaive, the thing that's annoying about it is because I used to main insect glaive in World, and I tried it a little bit in the beta test for this game, and I played it a little bit when this game first came out. I don't know, it just didn't click with me anymore. Like, I didn't like it. Because there's too much, like, having to get the buffs, having to maintain your buffs to do, like, your full combos and everything. That, to me, is just, I don't know, like, that charge blade is a similar weapon, though. Like, you have to have the shield power up, you have to have the blade power up. Now there's the axe power up, which only works when you break one of the wounds. Okay, so now I want to craft the friendship charm.
Look good.
Equip it. Now upgrade it. Oh, now I need herbivore shell. That's another, like, low rank thing. Oh, and Hirabami things? Okay, in that case, let's not do that. Let's go and hunt a Chatacabra and then craft the exploiter charm. Although the wide range in Gormagala fights, man, having wide range, keeping people alive is just like it makes it so much more manageable. So I do kind of want to level up that friendship charm. So what do I need to do? I need Chatacabra and Herbivore Shell. Okay, so let's go get some Herbivore. That should only take like 1 minute. Wait, Herbivore Shell isn't even like low. I don't think that's low rank. I think I could just go get one. New features added. Oh, Digital Foundry did a review? Okay, I'll have to watch that then. I'll watch that. I think this is the thing, right? Like this guy. Oh, man. Such devastation. That was not my intention.
Small monsters as well.
Chatacabra? Man, I need to hunt him. I need to hunt that guy. Hold on. Oh, does only the big one drop the shell? Why am I only getting meat? I still need that herbivore shell. These do drop herbivore shell, right? These don't drop it. So wait, what's dropping the herbivore shell? It must be those things. They dropped this thing. What's dropped? Okay, hold on. I'm getting confused. I'm pretty sure those things dropped what I need. They're just not dropping it right now. Or do I need to go into low rank? Is it a low rank thing? Yeah, maybe this is the high rank item. Maybe I do need to go into low rank. I'm not getting the drop. I think it's a low rank thing. Yeah, I may have to go to low rank just to see. I need to also empty all the stuff that's here. They need to put a box so you don't have to go in the tent every single time to fix your inventory. I guess I don't really need those right now. Let's go to low rank just to test. Buggy. Wait, no, daytime. Fallow, fallow, fallow. Why is it all fallow? I think, don't I need to, I think I need to hunt this guy too, right? I think I need to hunt him in low rank. I think. I'm not even sure. I forgot. It might actually be high rank now that I think about it. This is the part of the game that's kind of annoying though, like having to go into low rank to get things that you need for the the level 1 part of the thing you want to get.
Let's have another hunt with no surprises today. They've issued us supplies. Let's put them to use.
Somewhere up there's one of those things. Okay, hopefully it drops immediately. That was low rank. That's not what I wanted. No, the shell. The shell? Wait, isn't that what I needed? Hold on. What? Hold on. Breaker. I think that's a high... Those are all high rank things. Where's the... Chatakabra? I think this is high rank, isn't it? This must be high rank. Okay, I don't need to do this quest then. Breaker charm. What was I trying to do? I was trying to do something for the... It was an herbivore something. Unless I already have it. This thing. Yeah, I don't know. Well, how do I get out of the mission? Return from quest. Because I don't think I actually need to hunt a low rank. If I don't have the item, I'm just going to have to Google like what drops it. Because maybe it's something else. Maybe it's something in the oil well basin.
Yep. What are we making today?
Oh, it was the herbivore shell. Okay, so that's it. So it did drop. Okay, so let's upgrade this.
Ready to work.
Now I need Guardian Rathlow scale. That is high rank. Okay. And I think that maxes it out. So that gives me wide range 3 if I wear this. So Exploiter, Chatakabra. I think Chatakabra Carapace is
You know where to find me.
what is this? High rank? Yeah. Wait. I think that's just high rank, isn't it? Because it's an exploiter thing. It's probably just high rank.
Right.
That's low rank. Do I have like a tempered version of this thing? No. Event quest? Lobby member quest? SOS flare? Is anyone gonna SOS? Oh, okay. Well, oh, this is a good one. Yeah, let's grab this one. Oh, it's full. This one? Man, those go quick. Arc Veiled? Alright, we're running Arc Veiled also. A Chatakabra and an Arc Veiled. Alright, here we go. You know, I'm surprised that the 5800X, it is running at 77 Celsius, but keep in mind this is on a Wraith Prism. This is on a cooler that is not meant for this CPU. So the fact that it's actually not overheating is actually quite good. But it doesn't use that much power. The Wraith Prism is good for like a 95 watt TDP CPU. Anything above that, then you want something better. So this is like right on the threshold, because this is a 105 watt TDP CPU. I was just too lazy to go and dig out the Noctua D14. Wait, hold on a second. Is everybody doing the other hunt? Where is everyone else at? Like, why am I the only one here? Oh, they're hunting this guy. go get Arkveld. Let's bop him on the head. I think he's weak to, he's weak to his own element, if I remember. He's weak to dragon, isn't he? Yes. Okay, we're gonna hit him with this thing. Oh, I should have did the mouse attack. Oh, well. There we go. Wait, I forgot to check what was my talisman? Am I wearing the friendship thing? Oh, I got the friendship thing. So I have wide range. Wide range level 2. Okay, so I can heal my allies a little bit. Oh, he smacked me with that Dragon Blight. I think... Oh, he grabbed me. I don't have the... Oh, now we do. Oh, I can't equip it while I'm grabbed? I thought I could. Well, let's equip this. Stagger him. Oh, I got an incline. I got an incline. Can I slide? No, it's not steep enough for the slide. I remember doing this fight in the beta test back in February, and I remember, man, like, I forgot someone was saying, like, I think it was, I forgot who it was. Someone was saying, like, if you manage to beat Arkveld in the beta test, you basically are already capable of, like, doing all the endgame content with no problem. Alright, here we go, here we go. Time for the true power of the hammer. Oh yeah. My favorite move in the game, the vertical spin to win. It has a chance of also, like, it has such good stagger, and it can also mount. Oh, man, that's so satisfying. Oh, we got sent back like Obi-Wan in Duel of the Fates, Phantom Menace. Qui-Gon's all by himself now, up there in the front. Here we go. Oh, he's in trouble, he's in trouble. It doesn't show the link, but I think I know what it is. Is it the one that has the rubber ducky on Steam? There we go. So you gotta know how to do the mini game. All right, there we go. Oh, that's why I want earplugs. I want earplugs level 3 for that reason. So anytime I'm doing the incline, that can't mess me up. Yeah, I know which one it is. It's like $7. I saw it earlier. Like, we talked about this yesterday on the previous stream. What did these monsters do to get hunted like this? Well, Arkveld is just Arkveld. The rest of them, like the herbivore ones, I feel kind of bad. Like when I go beat up the little ones that are in the packs, I actually feel kind of bad. Like Arkveld, though, look at this dude. I feel like we are basically the Ginyu Force hunting Vegeta. We're hunting Vegeta and the remnants of the Saiyans. That's basically what this feels like. Man, I know, right? Like, when it's 4v1, it does feel kind of like, man, what did he do to deserve this? Head broken. Because the monster's getting, like, attacked in, like, terrible ways. Like, look at what we're doing. We're, like, I'm hitting him with this giant... Okay, well, we didn't kill him. We didn't kill him. We captured him. So now he's just gonna go to sleep. Alright, well, we leave him alone. 4 hammers balling it into the floor. Well, 2 great swords. There's 2 great swords and 1 hammer. And then someone's got the light bow gun. Someone had the bow earlier. I guess they switched. Let me see, I can switch to the gun lance. I don't know, this game, it just doesn't look good at any resolution below 4K. It just looks so fuzzy. It's weird. It's because they meant for this game to be on a 4K output because of the consoles. That's the reason why. It was designed for console.
I'll put the materials I gathered in your item box.
Wait, he went to sleep? Okay, you want me to do this? Someone got the mount. Paralysis. Paralysis. Man, yeah, I feel kind of bad for Soulcalibur, man. Like, this does feel kind of wrong. Soulcalibur is like this is the very first monster. Although this monster is bullying, like, he's trying to hunt like a human and a sacred in the beginning of the game. But like that just seems like such devastation right there. Poor guy doesn't stand a chance. Look at that. That's awful. He's already almost dead. The skull's on him. He's gonna die soon. Maybe we should just capture him instead of killing him. Oh, too bad he died. Yeah. Well, it's like 10,000 BC or something. That's the. It's like, think of it as like humans, because the first Monster Hunter had like a really weird vibe that actually has carried throughout the series. There's the theme of like humans being really strong and being able to do exceptional things, and one of those things is to hunt like really, really strong apex predators. You just hunt these really big things. Kind of like how Legolas and how they fought the cave troll in the Fellowship of the Ring. The monsters are the main attraction of this game, though. Like, really, it is like how their moveset, the behavior, the environment you fight them in, because some of them you fight in different environments. They're not always in the same biome, unless they're one of the apex predators. The apex predators are only in their respective area. But some of them, like Rathlos and Rathian, they can move to different areas.
Yep.
Okay, I assume I got what I needed.
What are we making today?
I didn't get what I needed. Wait, is this like a low rank thing? Please don't be a low rank item. I really don't want to have to go into low rank just to fight one of these things. Is this low rank? Wait, I'm confused. This is a high rank item? Then how come I didn't get one? How did I not get one of these? That hunt literally... What? Well... Oh, there's a tempered one. There's a tempered one right there.
Let's have another hunt with no surprises today.
Xenoblade X... Is that your first time playing it? It is really good. Do I want to keep using this, or do I want to try a different weapon? Oh yeah, I was supposed to make that Gore Magala thing. I need to start working on some of these other weapons. Oh well, I think these are my highest level things. I could also try to craft an Ardeon weapon, which is supposed to be best in slot currently for the meta, but I never play meta. I always play either anti-meta, or like if we're talking like card games, or I just do my own thing. You had the Wii U version, but never seriously played it? I played it on the Wii U. I mean, if it wasn't for me already playing it, I would definitely want to play it again, or like right now. Oh, this is a tempered one, so this guy's gonna put up a better fight. Of course, he's supposed to. I think my food buff wore off. Like, yeah, my health dropped, so I've lost my food buff. I need to do something here.
Good. I made it in time.
Need to eat a well-done steak real quick.
Let's go.
Man, that does that gun lance, the gun lance focus strike. It still does so much damage, even if the monster doesn't have a wound. That's really good. Man, the thing that I need still isn't dropping. Alright. Do you get new main quests at Hunter rank? No, but you will get one at Hunter rank 50 when the patch update comes out. Basically, the Hunter rank you want to be at for like the hard content is Hunter rank 50. So as long as you're at Hunter rank 50, you already meet the requirements to do like the new endgame content that's coming in April. So you just want to be at 50 or above. That's the minimum. Alright, see, that's what I needed. I needed this thing, and I got 2 of them. And I think I needed 2 of them. Or I might actually need 3 of them? Either way, that's what I needed.
A potential target has appeared. Check your map when you're ready.
What did she say? A potential target has appeared? There's another Chupacabra? Well, oh, is Santiago back? It looks like he's back. Or he never left. You think you're about 130? Your friend has 200 something? I mean, technically, I would be like 200 something if you combine my 2 characters together. Because this character is Hunter rank 69. My other character is like 112. So actually, I'm almost Hunter rank 200. Almost. If you add the 2 characters together. I mean, and that's like having to complete story and all the quests twice over.
Understood.
What do I need to do again? Besides crafting that thing, I need to do... Man, I always forget. Like, I wish the wish list thing... I wish there was a wish list for the upgrade, not just the things you need to craft. That's something they need to add. Because, like, when I go in here, upgrade talisman, and it's like, this shows up, but this one doesn't show up. So there's no way for me to remember, I guess... Oh, okay, never mind. I can add it to wish list. That's how you do it. Okay. So I can finally craft my exploiter charm.
Ready to get to work?
And I can equip this. And now I need radeon and another one. Man, they really want you to hunt that Chupacabra. We're gonna need more Chupacabra hunts. Bird Wyvern, Ypsiros. Okay, well this thing, let's put is this on wish list? Explorer Charm 2. Friendship Charm. Okay, so these are on here. What else did I want to craft? Stun immunity? Oh, no, see, the thing is, so why is it that you can't upgrade the earplug one to level 2? So, earplugs, you can only get the level 1. Earplugs, the earplug charm is only good for 1 earplugs. So you can't do 2, which means you need like 2 gems, or you need like a set bonus piece to be able to gain full immunity to monster roars. Man. Okay, the other... I wanted to make a Jindahad hunting horn. I have this. I can get this. I cannot get this. I don't have a Gracium. Oh. Where do you get Gracium? Isn't that like in the ice place? Where's Gracium? I think that's in... You have to mine that in the ice place, right? Yeah, it's from Ice Shard Cliffs. Alright, well, let's... Hold up. What is Jindahad? Jindahad has... Hold up. See, this thing looks cool. The Jindahad hunting horn has... Health recovery, recovery speed, elemental attack boost. That's very good. It has divine protection. That's extremely good. And it has thunder resist. I don't know why it has thunder resist, but it does. But that's going to come in handy against Arch-Tempered Radeon, Sonic Waves, Echo Wave. So yeah, I kind of want this one. What is it? Offset Melody. I kind of want to craft this. It's ice weapon also with 500 ice element. So I kind of want this. Like, I don't understand. Like, what's so good about Ardean weapons? Like, because everyone's like, oh, just get Ardean weapons. But I'm like, okay, why? They don't look that good. And also, like, what's the point when you just craft the ultimate rarity of the monster weapons? Like, the main difference is that this has 3 level 3 gems. 3 level 3 gems, which is really good. But, I mean, is it really, like, that much? I don't feel like it makes the... I don't know, man. I just don't think it's really worth getting that. Like, I guess? I mean, in really, really late game, there's nothing else to do. But, I just... I don't know. I don't care. I don't play meta. I just do what I want to do. So I'm just gonna make this. I don't even know what the Ardean weapon hunting horns even do. So it's like, are they completely random? I'm gonna need Hunter Symbol 3. You don't like the whole trade system in this game? Makes it take forever to get... Oh, that's what that is? See, I didn't even know about that. All I wanted to do... I thought the trade system was for crafting, like, armor. Like, the hidden armor. Like this stuff. Where is it? Not Nursella. Where is it? There's, like, hidden armor in the game. You have to use, like the Devil May Cry, the Death Blight dude, that thing is in here, and you need the Sinister Cloth to craft it. I thought that's what the trade was for. I didn't know it was for Ardean. The trade system was for a lot of things. I figured. Yeah, like the Kunafa set, like this set. I thought this is the type of stuff that you needed to do the trade, like the Dalthydon wool. Isn't the only way to get that from trading? To get this armor for the glamour, and then also the Azuz. The Azuz, I think that's like a female set. And then the butterfly one. This is like making a return. This one needs Great Hornfly. Don't you need to trade for Great Hornfly? King Beetle. Oh no, King Beetle. This one is not. Hold on. Maybe this one you have to trade for this also. Not high metal though. Oh wait, no. See the scraps. See? I don't know how to farm these. I don't know how to farm any of this stuff. Great Hibiscus. I think Great Hibiscus, isn't that from trading? Oh, the Ardean set is actually... Okay, now that makes a lot of sense. Because I remember there's like a robot-looking outfit. This actually is the set that's meant to go with the Ardean weapons. I just now recognized that. I didn't even notice that until now. It needs Gore Magala. It needs Frenzy Shards or fighting Frenzy monsters. Gracium. Gracium is such a pain to get. And then it goes into higher rarity. And I think all the higher rarity stuff is like, yeah, this is all farmable. Expedition headgear. This is from the event. This is from the other event that went away recently. I forgot how. Oh, this is just Dragon's symbol or Hunter's symbol 3. Great Hibiscus is from trade. Yeah, see, I figured that's how they do it. Yeah, the Ardean set goes with the Ardean weapon. So you basically look like you're some sci-fi robot that comes in from outer space to hunt monsters for some weird reason. The Guild Ace set also. Alright, well, man, I've streamed for about 4 hours. So, I guess... maybe this is a good stopping point. I mean, the only thing I need to do is, like, just go hunt another Chatacabra to level up the weakness exploit thing. Arkveld has shown up. These things are still here again, apparently. Another Chatacabra. Arkveld's on wish list for a reason. I forgot. Oh, for the G Arkveld thing. I guess that was what it was for. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know what to do next. I guess.
Yep. What are we making today?
What was on my wish list again? Forge from wish
What are we
list.
making today?
Oh, I need Hunter Symbol 3. I can get that from Arkveld. Guardian Rathlos. Oh, Guardian Rathlos. That will max out the friendship charm. Or no, actually no it won't. It'll only give it level 3. You can, I think you can max this to level 4 and that's where it ends. Oh, I wanted to go get Gracium, that's right. Do I need this? Oh yeah, for the third part breaker. Man, lots of Chatacabra, Balahara, whatever the other thing is. I think that's the rooster-looking thing. Which apparently is not a bird, it's a brute in this game. Radeon. Gormagala. I still need to hunt more Gormagala. I don't know why the Radeon set's on here. I think because I might want this to fight, yeah, the tempered one, possibly. One thing I always do, every time there's an arch-tempered monster, I always farm it so I can craft its gamma set. I always go gamma set, just to have it. Because the gamma sets are always some of the best sets in the game.
Yes.
Hold on, before we go there,
I'm happy to help anytime.
let me go and see if there is a... Oh, I forgot to check with him again. Is Santiago, like, is he back, or is this, or he never left? Okay, he never left. Okay. So I am going to go look for Gracium. There's a quest apparently to hunt these things, which I don't actually need to hunt. So I am going to look for Gracium, actually. We're just going to go here. We're going to go and look for Gracium. And then we're probably going to end the stream, and that's going to be it. So, I guess the conclusion is the game with a 5700 XT is playable. Provided, well, provided you're playing at like 1080p. It's good at 1080p.
A potential target has appeared. Check your map when you're ready.
Arkveld's over there. Nursala, there's like nothing here. I guess this is like a trade item. I do like the way they use the items that don't actually they're not used for crafting, they're used for like investigation points. I do like the way they do investigation points in this game more than World. World had a really weird way. I feel like the investigation points in World rarely ever actually mattered compared to this game. Investigations, I like how they did investigations in this game also. Like where they can guarantee certain things, like the gems, for example. What was he saying? Was there like a campsite somewhere? Investigations are the main thing to do. I feel like that's the main thing to do in like oh, that's where it goes. Okay. Can I put one here? This is actually a good place for one.
I'll put the materials I gathered in your item box. Let's let the sacred take us where we need to go.
Right. I should mark our destination.
You glad they did away with that tedious footprint? The what footprint thing? Oh, where you smell the ground? The sniffing the ground? Sniffing the ground. What is this thing doing? Like, sometimes it's so... What is this? Okay, can we not go up there? Why is it doing that when it's not even like a... I'm so used to the game in 4K, I just can't stand the way this game looks like this. Playing the game like this, whoops, makes me realize why people are complaining. It just, playing the game like this at like 1080p just, it does not. World looks better than this, but this game surpasses World when it has the 4K output resolution. Yeah, no, I remember. At first I was like, well, why did they get rid of it? But now it's like, yeah, because it's kind of pointless. Man, I am not getting lucky at all with this. Like, not a single one. Well, it was supposed to be like a hunter. The hunter becomes the hunted. This thing tried to hunt me. Well, that's what happened. Man, still, like, what the... That was all of them? Well, that's annoying. Not a single one. I didn't get a single one from this. Does the geologist skill help, like, raise the drop rate? Like, there's a way to, like, improve... I forgot what it was in the game, but there's a way to, like, improve your chance of getting the rare item, like, when you're trying to get, like, a dragon... Like, a... what is it? Like, the special bone or the special loot from the mining thing? Like, I forgot what that ability was. I think it's geologist? I have 2 more for this. And then Jindahad. Which I think I need Jindahad and I need a Jindahad gem. No, Divine Blessing doesn't help with drops. Or with that, it would loot, no. It's some other skill. It's like it's a field skill. It's for like a environment based thing. Not a hunting based, not a combat based thing. I forgot what it's called. Do I need this thing? Oh, I don't even have this? I don't know what to do right now. Like, I guess I need to hunt this thing. Jindahad's that's too slow and long and boring. I'm not fighting that thing. Oh, I need a Rathian. That's right. I needed a Rathian. Oh, boy. I guess this is probably a good stopping point.
We got a sale on. Need anything?
Hey,
There's an armor set that affects luck or something. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, whatever that set is.
what are we making today?
It's the I remember in, it was whatever set that the handler was wearing in World was the one that did that. So in this case, it would be one of these, like, not this. It would be, no. Oh, this has 2 stacks of earplugs? Whoa. This is good. This plus the earplugs, talisman would give me full immunity to to Monster Wars. That is actually... See, like this... I have 1 earplugs gem right now. So I could craft the beta set. I could craft the beta set, wear the talisman, and then I have, like, full immunity. Or I could just craft the alpha set, and then... Man, I really wish the talisman... They made it such a way, because you can't upgrade the talisman for earplugs level 2. Now it makes it where it's like, I kind of want to craft the alpha piece of this, just to wear this with the Guardian Arcveld set, because it will still match. Well, earplugs 2 will not block the enrage roar. It'll only block the enrage roar when they're near death. It won't block it in the main part of the fight. So, because I can wear this plus the earplugs gem that I have, and then all I need to do, I can just wear my Guardian Arcveld. So minus this one. Oh, I lose 2 stacks of flare though. So I would have, whoops, I wouldn't have that. I'd have this, this, and this. And then I would have the Guardian Sacred. If I go with the Guardian Sacred Beta set. Wait, did I just put the wrong one? Did I put the beta one on? Oh, I put the wish list one. No, I'm just saying, like, if I have the one that I already have. This one. Yeah, because this still gives me 4-piece of the Guardian Arcveld. Wait a minute. Guardian's Protection. Oh, is that this one? Oh, that piece does mix well with Guardian Arcveld Beta set. The Guardian Sacred one mixes well because it has the same group skill. They both have Ward of Wyveria. If I wanted to use that. So with that, I would have... I would lose 2 flare. I would gain 2 earplugs. So basically, I would need to... I could craft the... How would I fix this if I did that? Because I don't have the beta set. That is actually good. That's worth having, actually. Because man, it's annoying when you're... What I understand is how a monster roar can interrupt a vertical spinning hammer. How can the vertical spinning hammer get interrupted, like, mid in the air? You're already spinning in the air, and somehow a monster roar can, like, stop you in the middle of the air, in the middle of spinning, and, like, just... It stops the attack. Like... How is that, like, a thing? That's the reason why I'm considering earplugs level 3, just because that's so annoying every time that happens. Oh, man. Anyway, that's something to think about. I'm going to put that on wish list, too, actually. Technically, I could craft it right now. The problem is if I craft this... I will lose my Guardian Sacred Feathers. So, but are those the only thing they're good for? Maybe I should just... you gotta choose between the alpha and the beta set. Oh, I see. Hold on a sec. I just realized something. The alpha piece goes with the alpha Guardian Arcveld set. And the beta one goes with the beta set. Okay. So I could just... I would lose 2 stacks of... You need Guardian Sacred Feathers for some of those trade item only sets. Yeah, I know. Isn't this one of them? Or no, because can't you get this from farming them? You can farm those Guardian Sacreds in the field. In Wyveria. Man, I kind of want this piece. I'm probably going to get this piece. Hold on, is this going to change? How will this change my... I'll only have 3 stacks of flare. if I do this, but I'll have like full earplugs level 2 or 3 if I want level 3. Okay. Nullifies weak monster roars and reduces the effects of strong monster roars. Yeah, the strong... Okay, it makes it... Earplugs level 2 and Jump Master. See, Jump Master is good for the hammer and it's good for the insect glaives. Those are 2 weapons that I mained in Monster Hunter World. Because insect glaive... I remember the Behemoth fight. Behemoth Extreme. Oh, man. Jump Master, you really won the Jump Master move. And also Xenojiva. Xenojiva and that other, like... I forgot what that one in the end game... Siphi-Jiva and the other thing that everyone would jump on and try to, like, break open parts of the armor. Yeah, that's Iceborne. But, yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna get this one. Just get this one. Full. This gives me... Yeah, get the alpha one. I'm gonna put the beta one on wish list. And I'm going to craft the alpha one.
Ready to get to work? Alright. Perfection.
Because this goes with my alpha Guardian Arcvale set. In fact... Now let me see what happens. It is kind of weird wearing a rarity 6 with a bunch of rarity 8. That feels weird. So I still have my 3 stacks of Divine Blessing. So I basically lost 2 Flare. 2 Flare to gain 2 earplugs. And if I wanted, I can just go like this there. If I really wanted that, now I have full earplugs immunity. Blight Resist max, Divine Blessing max, earplugs max. Part Breaker 2, Elemental Absorption, Focus 3, Critical Eye, Slugger 2. This is still pretty good, I would say. Until I upgrade my Weakness Exploit, I'm going with this build. That's the good stuff right there. Now, if I want my flares back, I just go back and put this thing on. Oh, and Elemental Absorption is missing. Hold on a second. I forgot what that does. So I'm giving up 2 Flare for 2 earplugs, and I'm giving up Elemental Absorption for Jump Master. So Jump Master is good for someone who's playing Hammer. And I'm playing Hammer right now, at least. Yeah, well, I only have 1, so... I can't use... I have, like, 1 earplugs jewel. And... That's what I mean. Like, later on in endgame, beta set makes more sense. But for someone, like, right now, at Hunter rank, like, 60, I don't have earplug gems. I got, like, 1. So, technically, if I had the beta piece, I can't use it because I'm wearing the alpha set. So, that's what I'm saying. So, it's like, I choose between Flare, 2 stacks of Flare, and 1 Elemental Absorption. So, if I'm going Jump Master, if I'm going with Hammer, we're going with this. There. Now I can't get interrupted at all. They can't roar at all. I don't care about the roar. It doesn't work on me anymore. So, there. And then we're going to upgrade this. Oh, wait. No. Upgrade from box. This. This thing. And how far can this go? Oh, it only goes to that. Interesting. So... we will do... take it. I guess I'm gonna max this thing. How many of this is this gonna take? Oh, that's too much. Just do this. Wow, that's a lot. Max that out. 62.
Look good.
Bam. There. So I've lost 4 defense points by going with this thing.
Fit you to a T.
Because I didn't bother to upgrade any of this armor. This is all level 1. I think.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure it's all level 1. Yeah, this is level 1. I didn't bother to level up my defense on my high rarity. I only level up... I put my rarity 7s to level 4 so they equal the base defense of these. Now, in late game at like hunter rank, you know, like 200 whatever, yeah, then I will start upgrading this. But for now, I don't see the point of upgrading the armor. Like, if you have rarity 8, you don't even need to level it up right now. When the arch tempered fights start showing up, that is the time to start leveling up the defenses. KO Jewel is most important for hammer build. Really? Hold on, how do I... So this is what I've got. This is what I got on my hammer right now, guys. I've got Flight Expert. Flight... Wait. What is Flight... Oh, Airborne? Wait, hold on a second. Oh, Jump Master. Wait, hold on. What is Jump Master? So I got Jump Master and Airborne. I got Airborne, Critical Eye, and then Slugger. I got a KO Jewel level 2. That's Slugger 2. And an Expert Jewel 1 Critical Eye. That is what I have on the hammer right now. Well, let's see. Do we have anything better? I could do Critical Boost 3. But this thing only has 8% affinity. Oh, KO Jewel. Hold on, this is a... This is Dragon Element. So if I can get like a KO with the Dragon, that would be good. Dragon Attack Max to 480. Is that worth doing over 4% of affinity? No, because it has Slugger. This is Critical Element. This gets rid of Slugger. Oh, no, it doesn't get rid of Slugger. What am I talking about? Oh, okay. Maybe this is better. That is good. That's good because this thing, I think, because this is the charge up attacks on the hammer. Wait, it's charge up, increases the power, oh, it increases the power, increases your power to induce stun when you hit a monster with a hammer's charged attack. What? Oh, this gives me Slugger level 3 and charge up. There it is. I found it. I found the magic jewel. Look at that. Charge up plus KO jewel. That's charge up plus Slugger. There you go. Now we got KO Slugger level 3. Because we got KO jewel 2 on there. And an expert jewel. Maybe change this expert jewel to attack boost? No, because I kind of like having the affinity. In fact, now that I'm wearing this, I gained another level 1 jewel. So I can do... Oh, but it's all the defensive stuff. Okay, I see what they did. So you can't... Wait, you can't put attack jewels on armor? So wait, they changed the way the jewels work. You can only put like defensive things on the armor now. You can't put like attack jewels on this anymore. Or was it always like that? Botany. Ranger. Improves fishing, grilling, and okay, I don't need that. See, that would be for our expedition set. I haven't crafted a good expedition set yet. And those expedition sets are the ones that are supposed to increase your chance of getting, like, the rare items from mining and stuff. Oh, I don't know what to do. I guess dragon resist? I have terrible dragon resist. I'm thinking go dragon resist. Or what? Like, I don't know. I guess, oh wait. Paralysis, sleep, stun, iron skin. Grants protection against defense down. No. Stun resist. Reduces duration of stun. Recovery up. Survival expert. Extra health is... okay. Marathon runner. Oh, maybe evade extender if I have evade antivirus. I don't need that. Self-improvement. Attack and defense increases time pass. That's good for solo play. Quick sheath. This is not something you need for multiplayer. Tremor resist. Flinch free. Maybe flinch free. Gobbler. Speed eating. Leap of faith. Allows you to do a dive evade when facing towards large monsters. And extends. Maybe this. I'll probably go leap of faith. I'm thinking... wait, cliffhanger? No, I'm probably gonna go leap of faith. This one sounds like a good one. Enduring item prolonger, free meal, blindsider, botanist. I'm thinking either defense boost or that whatever I just said earlier. Where is it? Where is it? I just saw it earlier. Oh, maybe this one? No, where is that thing? Oh, I keep going the wrong way. Win. The leap of faith. This one. Yeah, I think leap of faith. Flinch free if you play with randos. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on what you're using though. I noticed like it's very annoying playing as Charge Blade when there's someone with dual blades right next to you, or with Longsword. It's very, very annoying. Longsword and dual blades are very annoying when you're like when they're right next to you. That's annoying. So yeah, maybe flinch free. Where is it? This one? Brace Jewel. Prevents knockbacks, tripping, and reduced to... okay, I guess this. Really, as a hammer user, it's not that big of a deal because I don't stand next to them. For some reason, Charge Blade... it's because Charge Blade and, like, Switch Axe and those... they all kind of want to be in the same... they want to be in the same spot to hit the monster. The hammer, I think, has enough range... and this is, I think, kind of true for Greatsword, that they don't have to literally be, like, right next to the monster's head. They can be, like, a little bit further back. But Longsword is a problem, though, because Longsword has those wide sweeps. So, yeah, it's funny. That's hilarious, actually. Okay, so... yeah, okay, I like having Earplugs level 3. Part Breaker level 2. Focus level 3. Slugger level 3. Weakness Exploit level 3. Now, I have lost my Flare. I had Flare level 5. But now we're down to Flare level 3. Divine Blessings max. Blight Resist is max. I think this is... Jump Master's in here. So, Jump Master. How do I... why am I unable to see, like... okay, skill info. Jump Master. Prevents attacks from knocking you back during a jump. This is very good for the hammer, because the hammer has the special ability to do something what I call, I don't know if this is the official term, but I call it ledge hopping. I love to stand at a ledge, you want the monster to be on the high ground, and the low ground is behind you, and you're between the monster and the low ground, and you can hop and spam, hop, and like oh, it's so good, man. That is like the speedrunner technique as a hammer user. So Jump Master is like really, really good on hammer for that reason. And because those jump attacks, they do more stun damage, or I guess stagger damage, because the monster ends up falling over like very, very quickly, especially in solo play. So the Jump Master is like a must-have on a hammer main. But yeah, Slugger is also very good on a hammer because of the stun power. So yeah, I agree with that. So yeah, I kind of like this build. This is a pretty good build. Divine Blessing level 3. Like, this is very good in those Gormagala fights. You never know what could happen. I mean, even in Arkvale, this can be useful. So yeah, and yeah, so and I love earplugs level 3. Basilgeuse, I want Basilgeuse to come back to this game. I really hope that I have a feeling. So who do you guys think is gonna come back besides? Who do you think is gonna come back from World in this game through the course of this game's lifespan? I think Devil Joe is gonna be in the game at some point. Basically, the Pickle is gonna come back, and I also think, or at least I want to see Basilgeuse come back, because Basilgeuse was so iconic. Oh man, Basilgeuse was the reason why I wanted earplugs level 3 in World. It's funny because Basilgeuse's set has earplugs. Like, that was one of the sets that gave you earplugs level 3. So man, alright, so this is the build right now. For now. The Arc-Veiled Hammer. And this... Is this my... I think this is my only other level 8. I don't have any other level 8. Man, I got, like, nothing. Oh, I got a level 7 Rathian. Wait, what was I gonna do with this? I have the Rathian Valkyrie. Oh, because Santiago. I got it off of Santiago. Hold up. Can I upgrade this thing? Can I max this out?
Anything catch your eye?
Oh, I can max out the Rathian weapon. Oh, but I think I wanted the... Hold up. I can just craft this one and then just make the Rathlos one? And then I can go into Gormagala. Man, the Gormagala one looks so good. The Gormagala... Man, Gormagala weapons look really cool. This looks like Soul Edge's brother from Soulcalibur. If Soul Edge had a brother, this would be it. This looks like something out of Devil May Cry. Or Resident Evil or something, man. This is like a Capcom special. That Gormagala sword. That great sword. I could literally just make the Rathian one right now. So I could have a Rarity 8 great sword. Should I do it? I guess... Wait, should I do this? What do you guys think? Should I just go ahead and max out the Rathian weapon? That way I have a Rarity 8 great sword, because I don't have any other great sword besides this. Like, I think this is the best one I have right now. Yeah, see, I don't have... I know I have the G... Okay, I've got G Rathlos. But this is the one that I finished the story with. The G Rathlos Rarity 4 was my greatsword I finished the game with. I could technically... Ooh, I can almost get this. I just need to hunt a Guardian Rathlos, and I can get it. I just need oh, I need lots of scales. I need 4 scales. Oh, you haven't made Ardian? Yeah, I feel like the Ardians are good, but I don't know, man. I'm not that into them. They don't look that good. They're so RNG. I feel like you can do everything that's necessary in the game with one of these. These look so much cooler, too. Gormagala is straight... Gormagala weapons in general are just really, really good. Dragon Element has always been good in these type of games. I want this. This is going on wish list. That's going on wish list. I need to go farm that guy. Man, I need to farm one of the most annoying monsters. I guess I'm just gonna make my Rathian sword. So I have it. Just make it. I've decided. Just make it.
Perfection.
Yeah, I like how Basil Geese will interfere. So good. Okay, so Rathion's max. I finally have a rarity 8 greatsword. It's poison, which is also good. Not as good as paralysis. I found paralysis is really, really good though. Ooh, this looks good too. What is this? Is this Lalabarina? I thought I had a Doshaguma. Oh, I do. Yeah, I was using this in the story mode. I was using this for the high raw and the defense bonus. This one doesn't have any element, but it has 20 defense points. So that's why I was using Doshaguma. I used this in the story until I switched to the G Rathian or G Rathalos one. I finished the game with this. I mean, it's on stream. I don't do that, man. I feel like that just defeats the whole purpose of, like, the game. Because that just basically, like, I don't know, like, doing stuff like that just makes, it no longer makes the game seem, like, worth playing. But yeah. This is on wish list. That's a really good endgame dragon. Great sword. This is returning from World. I remember this in World. I don't know where to get the Spear Tuna Fin. I don't know what. Is that a trade? That's probably a trade item. Or a fish item. No, that's gotta be a trade item. And all this stuff that needs Gracium is so irritating because it's like every time I try to go mine the Gracium, I never get it. Workshop tree. I have no idea, like, how that's supposed to show up. Like, what is this? It's like mysterious things everywhere. Arkveld. G Arkveld. So wait, what's the difference? G Arkveld has... Which one is... Okay, the G Arkveld has... Focus level 2. And negative 10 affinity but higher raw and less dragon. This one has more... This one has more dragon and no affinity. See, the Gormagala one has 20% affinity, which I think is better than 500 dragon. It also has critical element level 3, which is like really good. Yeah, I really think that, man, Gormagala's stuff is just like... Why is his armor set like rarity 7? Expedition tree. Wait, I got like 2 of these? Man, I wish I could... Oh, okay, so one of them can just go all the way to the... Whatever that is. That's, this is... There's no point even making this. I guess this is like for someone who doesn't care. They just want to, like... This doesn't even have, like, the highest raw. That's weird. Oh, it has critical eye 2 and speed sharpening 2, though. So I guess that's one thing? Jindahad's one looks cool too. It transforms. Oh, Jindahad is the ice weapon. I keep forgetting that Jindahad's weapons are ice. That's why. So Jindahad is the Kushala Daura in this game. Because I kind of see the resemblance in the armor set. Because Kushala had that Egyptian looking armor. And Jindahad has that kind of vibe too, yeah. Isn't the Jindahad one that looks like a swordfish one? No, Jindahad's is this one. There's 2 ice ones. There's a sword. This one was from World. I don't know why they just carried it in here. And then Jindahad's is this one. Jindahad's weapons look... I like the Jindahad weapons and the Gormagala weapons. I think those are my favorite. I see a lot of people using this great sword. I've seen a lot of people in co-op using this one. I guess because it's easy to make. They just need a new Udra flame gem. Because the monster, the primary monster that you have to hunt is really easy to hunt. And then And then New Udra is really the only annoying thing. And New Udra isn't even that annoying. I find out of the Apex monsters, Jindahad is the most boring and annoying one to fight because it's so long. It's a long, boring fight with ecliptic meteor mechanics from Behemoth. See, I find New Udra pretty easy. That's probably because you're fighting as a greatsword main. New Udra, man. As someone who fought New Udra using the lance and the gun lance, New Udra is just like poke, poke, poke. Its tentacle attacks don't even do anything. Its body slam doesn't even do anything. I don't know. I found both of these easy in the game. Like New Udra and the other octopus. This one. What is this? Shuwu? This thing is even easier than New Udra, but that's not an Apex monster. But I found the tentacle monsters like kind of, I don't know, like not really challenging at all. And I think that's part of the complaint about the game feeling easy, is because like those monsters don't seem like they're hard. The monsters that's and then like Gypsaros is like Puke Puke, or one of them is like that. I forget which. I think yeah, that one is like Puke Puke. The spider enemies or the spider monsters are kind of cool. Like to me they seem like new. I don't know if they were in previous Monster Hunter game. They were not in World. Hirabami seems like a cool monster design. They've got some cool ones. I like Hirabami. Balahara. Balahara is like that one monster in the wastelands though. The one that was in the water, the big fish thing. And then Rompompolo is a unique looking one. Ajarakan is basically the replacement to Basilgeuse, and I don't like Ajarakan. I like Basilgeuse a lot more. He has a much more iconic look. Odogaron just shows up. He carries over from Iceborne. This is the Ebony Odogaron from Iceborne. Rathian and Rathos are just Rathian and Rathos. Fulgur Anjanath again from Iceborne. So yeah, like some of them are I don't like Gypsaros. He's kind of annoying. I think he's a returning monster, if I'm not mistaken. Kongalala was in an older game. That's an annoying monster. Uthduna is... Okay, out of these two, I would rather fight Uthduna, even though Uthduna is more like feels like it's a more drawn out fight because of all the annoying tidal waves. Yeah, I think I would rather fight Uthduna. I can kind of see where you're coming from. I'd rather fight Uthduna over New Udra. I don't find New Udra hard though. It's just kind of like a tedious fight. But I think like I would rather fight both of them over Jindahad. Jindahad is like, man, it makes me feel like I'm fighting Xenojiva. It feels like a it's like a mix between Xenojiva and Behemoth. This is straight up Xenojiva with the ecliptic meteor from the Behemoth fight. And then all the others are just kind of like, yeah, the frenzy monsters are super easy. Arkveld and Gormagala are like, I guess, the end game monsters, and then the Apex ones are also end game. Jindahad, but out of all the like, I guess, Apex monsters, Gormagala is probably the hardest one. The frenzy status, he has that thing. And then, for some reason, like, his power dive, like, usually one-shots someone who's not at full health. Arkveld, especially the tempered Gormagala, that's the one I'm talking about. Arkveld is just... Arkveld is like a more... I don't know, like, to me, I compare Arkveld to Nergigante, and I found Nergigante's fight far more memorable and interesting than Arkveld. Arkveld is just like, he has those, what do you call them? His like, they're not tentacles. I don't know what they are. He has like, you know, the things on his arms and stuff. That is not as cool as Nergigante's spikes. Nergigante in World is so much more interesting as a monster to hunt. Arkveld is just kind of like, I don't know what he is. He's like, he's like the laziest dragon I've ever seen. He barely flies. He does, but which is actually kind of a good thing, because if he flew, it would be kind of annoying. He'd be more like a Hirabami, or a radeon. But he's like, you never see him fly unless he's running away. He like only flies when he runs. He's like a duck. He's like a duck. You almost never see ducks fly unless they're like migrating. They literally sit in water, or they're like somewhere like on a riverbank. Arkveld is like a duck. He barely ever flies. He's so lazy. He just like drags his arms, whatever those things are, and like swings them around and tries to slam them into you. That's basically Arkveld. He's like, I don't know, man. Nergigante will fly. Nergigante will power dive. He'll Superman dive at you. He'll spray those spikes out all over. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's way more dangerous in his tempered form and his arch-tempered form. Man, Nergigante makes Arkveld look like... Nergigante looks like... If Nergigante is current gen, he makes Arkveld look like last gen. I'm serious. I am serious. And maybe that's where a lot of the complaints are coming from. Like, making the game feel easy. Because it's like... Arkveld... Man. Yeah, Gormagala, though, that's the real challenge. We'll see what they do. We'll see what they do with the arch-tempered forms, though, because arch-tempereds change things up. They typically change the fight pattern. They like skip the first phase, start at the second, and then it's like they do things kind of like in the middle. Yeah, arch-tempered fights are like gonna be really, really interesting, especially in multiplayer. In multiplayer, oh boy, oh boy. I am probably gonna have to play as a dedicated healer in multiplayer for at least the first week of arch-tempered radeon. Who knows? Who knows what you get? The fact that people keep carding on Gormagala is very concerning, but we still have like a month before radeon shows up in his true form, so I think we have some time, or I guess people have time to get better and better at the game. World Elite is calling the later games easy. They're usually vets from earlier games who call up that say World is compared to the earlier Monster Hunter games. Well, the difference between World and the earlier games had way less quality of life things in them. They were like, so I guess it's like they're more hardcore. I mean, if you consider like lack of quality of life in games hardcore, like for example, like in modern RPGs, you touch a save point, it automatically heals your entire party to full health. You know, like in the older games, that's not how it worked. You had to actually like a save point did not heal your party. You had, you know, so stuff like that. I feel like that's the sort of stuff that they're referring to. The other thing too is like I feel like the older games didn't run as well, and they were more jank, especially if you were playing on like PSP, or like a handheld. So that's probably why the game was harder, more than anything else. Not having quality of life was World. In what way? Oh, because of the way investigations work? Well, I think what they streamlined in World is what people were saying made it easier. Oh, well, Well, Rise was a newer game. World didn't have any mounts for one thing, so you had to run everywhere. So you ended up using like wedge beetles and flying to camps. You were like teleporting around to the camps a lot more in World. So there was a lot of that. The other thing too that World did is when you join a hunt or you start a hunt, sometimes in World, the whatever that thing is that you were riding on, the wyvern or whatever, it would drop you off in like a random spot, which is typically close to where the monster that you wanted to hunt was, but you didn't really want to go there. so you would end up opening up the map and just like going back to the camp anyway. So it was like, I understood why they did it. They put stuff in there that actually was there for a reason, but it never actually worked the way they intended half the time, or like 90% of the time. So that's why they got rid of a lot of those things. Like the investigations, sniffing the ground and like running after the monster forever trying to find it. Like that was the thing that also was kind of like, why? Rise had a lot of neat innovations that neither World nor... Yeah, well, that's because... So, okay, Rise... See, this is the thing. Like, their question earlier, someone was asking or saying earlier about, like, Wilds on the Switch 2. The reason why Wilds will never go to the Switch 2, not besides the fact that it can't run on the Switch 2, the Switch 2 can't handle it, it's because Capcom has two teams for the Monster Hunter franchise. They have the team for mobile, and they have the team for, like, the... I guess we'll call it the premium high-end, like, basically Wilds and World. So the big home console, like the PlayStation 5, the PC, that stuff, one team develops that game. That game is World and now Wilds. That is the reason why all the comparisons that you see in reviews are comparing this game to World, and no one really compares this game to Rise. Only, like, fans of the franchise will compare this to Rise. But it's okay to do that, but it's not really... It's not a very good comparison to try to make. Because it's made by two different teams, and the games are made to try to adapt the gameplay to the sort of platform that the game is meant for. So Rise was meant for a mobile platform. It was made for the Switch. So if you played it on the Switch, that was how it ran, and that was kind of like the experience. But later on, they ported it to the PC. So it's playable on the PC, but I don't know, like, I guess people who played it on PC and never played it on Switch, they think, man, Rise has like so many good things about it. Like, why can't we get any of this? Why wasn't any of this in World? Why isn't any of this in Wilds? Well, that's because World and Wilds was not made for a mobile handheld device the way Rise was. And that's why Rise has a lot of those quality of life things, because it was meant to be played on a mobile device. That's why. You just think that Rise has some good ideas. Yeah, some of that, though, some of the reason why, I don't know, it's kind of weird because you would think both games, Wilds and Rise, there was overlap in their development time. So Rise started before, it started like when World was being completed, or like somewhere toward the end of World's development was when Rise started development. And then after World was completed, Wild's development started. So there's overlap, but you would think that if Rise was being developed and they're putting these things into Rise, like, you would think, why didn't they also put this stuff in Wilds? And I don't know, maybe the teams are like completely siloed and they don't know what each other's working on, and they're not supposed to know because they don't want things to leak out. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know how Capcom's game development works, but there was overlap in the development time frame for Wilds and Rise. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. As somebody, I only played a little bit of Monster Hunter 4. And I played a little bit of Rise, but I don't know, I just didn't want to dedicate time to Rise when it was new, so I never actually got into Rise. I did play a little bit of it, though, but I didn't play too much. I never finished the story or anything, so I can't really consider myself an expert on Rise. But what I remember is the mounts were good, traversal was good. It did feel faster. Rise definitely felt faster than World, and as a result, it also feels faster than Wilds. But I think, again, it's because Capcom was going for that handheld experience. Yeah, there'll be a successor to Rise. So we'll see how the next Monster Hunter game plays out. It'll come out for Switch 2 first when it comes out. That's probably 2027. It's either going to be the end of next year or like early 2027 if I had to guess. Yeah, I can totally see that. See, I can't see myself going back to World because I did all the content in World, and it's like it's one of those games you put so many hours into it, and then it's like, okay, I'm done with this. I'm never going to play this ever again. So that's why. But yeah. Alright, well, that was an interesting conversation. I didn't expect to stream for 5 hours. We actually streamed longer than yesterday's live stream, which is very surprising. But a lot of it was discussion of Worlds and Rise and Wilds, which is all good stuff. But this is going to be it for the live stream. This was a attempt to look and see if multi-GPU can be leveraged by Monster Hunter Wilds. Unfortunately, it is not. So the game is limited to one GPU. I might look into that lossless scaling thing to see if that actually can be utilized to some capacity. But other than that, that was a look at a pandemic PC. So this concludes the kind of like the retro streams for Monster Hunter Wilds. So we won't be doing this again, at least not anytime soon. But that was it. So one more time to look at the system before we close out the stream. There it is. The motherboard and the CPU. So the X570 Crosshair Hero 8 from Asus. The Ryzen 7 5800X with the stock Wraith Prism cooler, and then the dual Radeon 5700 XTs. Unfortunately, the second GPU literally didn't do anything, which is a huge letdown, but that's fine. I wasn't really I didn't have any high hopes of it actually doing anything, but anyway, that is a look at an old computer from 2020 was when this would have been good, or maybe 2021 even, depends, because anyone who was on RDNA 1, aka these 5700 XTs, for example, probably stuck around with those GPUs throughout the pandemic, and they didn't bother to upgrade because the GPU market was a mess back then. Kind of like how it is right now. But that being said, the 5700 XT is the same type of value for money GPU that the current 9070 XT is. So the 9070 XT is the type of GPU that will last a very long time, similar to that 5700 XT that we're streaming on right now. 2022, you sold it for more than you paid for it. Yeah, because of the crypto stuff, yeah. If you open a second game, you can run that on the second GPU. You can do that. You have to go into Windows, and you have to manually tell it that you want it to use the second graphics card. But yeah, you can do that. So yeah. I mean, the CPU is going to be, the CPU is going to be maxed out probably. Monster Hunter itself is like almost 50% CPU utilization. So imagine trying to fire up like another game. What will happen to the CPU? But that's where Ryzen 9 16 cores come into play. So anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this stream. Thank you for tuning in. This was a look at Crossfire. Unfortunately, it didn't do anything. but it was still kind of an interesting experiment to see how an older computer handles this game. So this older computer can actually handle the game at 1080p and 1440p, but just 1440p, not really, you know, a consistent 60 FPS experience. But that's it. Thanks for tuning in. I will see you guys on Tech Thursdays later this week, as it is now the next week. So we're going to have the announcement for the Switch 2 on April 4th. Okay, so that will be after Tech Thursdays. So Nintendo is doing a Switch 2 reveal on the 4th of April, so that is this coming Friday. And that will probably tell us things like the release date and the price. So expect to know that soon, since we were talking about Monster Hunter Rise. So Switch 2 is very relevant there. And other than that, that's going to be it. So Monster Hunter World may support Crossfire. I think you're right. I think you might actually do it, but you have to have the right driver, and I don't think this. I think the Crossfire profile for Monster Hunter World is not leveraging multi GPU, so that it may not even work with this current driver. I'd have to go find an older driver. So that's another thing too. But anyway, that's going to be it for this stream. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you guys on Tech Thursdays. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you next time. Thanks.